morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our program is about to begin. Please find your seats.
How do we bring a brighter, cleaner future closer? Today, nearly half of the technology we need to decarbonize is not available yet. We think the world needs a new kind of platform to get us there faster. One that mobilizes people across disciplines and borders faster. One that provides the infrastructure, piloting opportunities, and funding that gets technology to market faster. A cohesive venture platform to be the center of gravity that convenes hard-working entrepreneurs with progressive industry and government leaders to make innovation work for the real world. It takes more than a single great idea to enact great change on a planetary scale. So, we developed a 3-point model that provides access to the things that most commonly stand in the way of a startup's success: infrastructure, pilots, and capital. Our innovation hubs around the world are where hundreds of founders go to prototype and test in 500,000 square feet of workshops, labs, and piloting sites. These hubs are built around boundary-breaking public-private partnerships that unlock the agility founders need. We've launched over 100 pilot projects that match our founders with industry giants to bring the world abundant, sustainable energy systems, seamless movement of people and goods, and circular materials creation. These pilots experience an astonishing rate of success, with over 40% leading to a commercial next step. If these critical technologies are supported, nurtured, and enabled to succeed, the impact is tangible. By 2050, Newlab startups are predicted to reduce CO2 emissions by more than 2.6 gigatons annually. That's 5.5% of the global target. What if we could multiply that impact? New startups, new locations, new partners, new ecosystems, one step closer to the future we need. We exist to accelerate the commercialization of critical technologies. We serve the entrepreneurs defining the future of technology and human experience. We break through complication. So you keep building, and we'll keep unblocking.
Please welcome Satish Rao.
Well, hello. Thank you for joining. That was an incredible video. On behalf of the Newlab team, it is our pleasure to welcome you to Newlab. Thank you so much for joining us this week in a very busy Climate Week. We know Climate Week is getting bigger and bigger. For those of you who've come to New York over the years, last year compared to this year, demonstrably bigger. Multiple events, many more people in town, and we feel that here at Newlab this week. 2,000 people are expected to come through this space, close to 1,000 people on a wait list to get in this building. Amazing. The amount of work that we do to put this together, it's well worth it. I can say that for the team when we see all of you in here today. So thank you again for joining. And we are live streaming this around the world to a much wider audience. So an exciting piece of content today. And as you see outside already, we've got the noise going with all the incredible startups demonstrating their technologies. We also know year over year, climate is also changing. There is challenges that we face that are growing every day, every month, and every year. There's also progress. As you saw in the video, what does it really take to create the impact we need to really make progress towards these challenges? We know that the critical technologies that we need around any major decarbonization pathway that you might think is important, about half of those technologies have not been invented or even scaled. We also know that the majority of those technologies are going to be physical in nature, or going to be integrated in some way into the material world to really make the impact that we're looking for. And we've also seen a major trend. The majority of industrial or commercial scale R&D is now shifting to the world of deep tech startups. We have founders and their private capital partners now taking that on. So we, Newlab, our venture platform, are focused entirely on helping those deep tech startups grow. We do this with our three-point model, as was described in the video, and we do that well and in place. We're able to create impact in climate, as well as generate economic development outcomes in the regions that we operate in. And so we began here in Brooklyn, New York, in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. This campus was once a center of gravity, a center of innovation and engineering during World War I and II, where about 70,000 workers, engineers, and machinists would come here every day to build our naval ships for World War I and II. You can see the infrastructure of this building is still in place, including the 40-ton gantries outside. They used to put together shipping parts, push them across the other side to reach the dry dock. And so that center of invention and engineering was always a thread here in New York and Brooklyn. In the early 2000s, during the Bloomberg administration, there was a reinvestment in applied sciences and bringing back the energy of making in the city and here in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. So our co-founders, David Belt and Scott Cohen, took that as an opportunity to build Newlab, building the community within the building, building the space to make it a great home for startups that develop their products, and running around the world to find the world's greatest founders to come join what became our Newlab membership. And so today, the community that's in this building is about 220 startup members and growing. And since then, we've been building our partnerships, our programming, and our commercialization outcomes through pilot projects and making critical investments all along the way. And so today, we are a theme-based and thesis-led organization. We organize our systems and our strategy around attacking broad challenges within these themes. And we're doing this to solve the world's greatest challenges in climate. And so while startups are core to this, so are our partners. Partnerships bring in infrastructure. They bring in capital. And if you're a public or private enterprise, you represent a significant potential shift in regulatory, policy, as well as markets that really open the doors for these companies to scale and, again, make that impact that we're looking for. And so Newlab took a major leap forward when this all came together for us in Michigan, underpinned by an incredible public-private partnership led by Michigan Central, who partners are here with us today. We opened up this location in Detroit, Michigan over a year and a half ago. And today, over 150 startups are operating in this space. The space is about 3 times bigger than what you see here in Brooklyn. Startups paired with public agencies, economic development partners, industry partners, and investors all working together in one space, leveraging purpose-built infrastructure to really make commercialization and climate changes through innovation at the intersection of mobility and energy. And we're growing. Newlab is in a motion of scale. Starting in LATAM, our center of gravity in Montevideo, also backed by public and private partners who came a long way to join us here today in the space, with partnerships happening in Chile, Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia, also partners here with us today. And soon we will announce expansion in new locations, all centered around certain themes, or we're leveraging that region's right to win, all to create the conditions for our startups to grow in those places, develop their innovations, commercialize, and make an impact in climate. And the running theme throughout is the action of doing. Newlab is a programmatic platform, and we launch pilot projects all over our locations. This is the moment when startups have built their products and their technologies, leverage the public-private partnerships that we bring to the table, are able to take the capital we're able to provide them, and develop these pilot projects in the hopes of pushing this towards some level of commercialization and adoption. So whether it's working with delivery workers on battery safety technologies for charging their e-bikes for deliveries, or working with drone companies to unlock the gridlock in logistics and the movement of goods in our country, or figuring out how to convert waste from our oceans into value-added products, Newlab is there working with startups to develop these solutions of the future, doing those projects in the ground. And so today you'll hear from a variety of partners and leaders who are doing their part to help make progress against climate change. And so thank you on behalf of the Newlab staff, and thank you to our sponsors who were able to make this day possible. Without you, we would not be able to produce the experience we're going to have today. And so we hope you come away from this content with learnings, with a great experience, you learn from the conversations, and perhaps you get some great new partnerships. This is New Climate Futures.
And now we have Elijah Hutchinson.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Elijah Hutchinson. I'm from the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. But I am originally from Brooklyn, and I still live in the neighborhood that I grew up in, Greenpoint, not too far away, probably very familiar to some of you. But with everything that's going on right now, and as difficult as some of these times are, it's really important for me to be here with you today and to be with a lot of the people who share our values around climate and seeing transformative change. Climate and these challenges are not going away, and as the agencies and public sector actors work, we remain incredibly committed and passionate about this work. And I'm excited about climate, but I'm even more excited about the New York of the future. And as challenging as these times are, we're contending with a lot of various different climate threats to our city. Most of you are already familiar with this, so I don't need to get too detailed on the stats. But I will say we have an incredible partnership with the New York City Panel on Climate Change, which localizes the IPCC projections to New York City and gives us really specific climate data for how climate's going to impact New York. By the 2030s, there could be up to 3 times as many days with temperatures above 90 degrees Fahrenheit than there were between 1981 and 2010. That means that we're also projecting up to 23 inches of sea level rise by the 2050s and around 5.5 feet of sea level rise by 2100. We could see up to 14% more precipitation by the 2050s and up to 30% more precipitation by 2100. And our climate has already changed. It's not changing. The National Climate Assessment reclassified New York City's climate as being humid subtropical. So very different from what the city was designed and built for. And we're no longer in the same kind of conditions and atmosphere that we are used to. It's hotter and it's wetter, and with these changes in temperatures, it's essentially like having an extra month of summer. MOCEJ, the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, prioritizes data accessibility and transparency. We believe in information being accessible and usable to the public, nonprofits, and community organizations because it's a critical policymaking tool and it democratizes climate science and allows us to communicate with the public and our environmental justice communities that we work so closely with. This year, New York City released the first of its kind and really landmark report for any large city in the United States called EJNYC, Environmental Justice New York City. And I encourage you all to go online and check out the report and the mapping tool that we made publicly available that has over 100 different data layers inside of it, including overlays of political districts that identifies disadvantaged communities in New York City for the first times and defines environmental burdens and benefits and how they're distributed across the city. No longer are we just talking about climate statistics, we're talking about climate stats and adding socioeconomic, demographic, racial data so that we're looking at disparity and we're measuring impacts and how it affects the lived experience of being inside of New York. These data sets and these tools include new indexes for heat vulnerability and flood vulnerability. So if you're a New Yorker or you're just curious or you're a researcher or you're trying to advocate for your community, you can now see how does my neighborhood compare to others for flood risk, not just from coastal storm surges, but also inland flooding from intense rain events. Not just today, but also from 2020 in the 2050s, in the 2080s, and going out through 2100. It's an incredible tool and resource that we've developed here in New York City that I'm really proud of everybody who worked and collaborated with it, including our Environmental Justice Advisory Board and We Act, who we're working with to launch the next phase of work, which is coming up with the policies and programs that are going to address the harms and hazards that we identified within the first phase of the report. We're also using data in other ways, including FloodNet, a partnership that we have with academic institutions and local community-based organizations. If you go to FloodNet right now, you can see that we have over 200 sensors that give you real-time flooding information, including depths and all historical flooding data at points all across New York City in the 5 boroughs, which is really incredible because you can check out the point at You can check out a sensor at any location and see, has it ever flooded in this neighborhood that I'm thinking about moving in? How deep and when and how frequently, how often? And we are targeting launching hundreds of sensors citywide very soon. In Plan YC, which is the city's long-term climate plan, it's the plan that our office produces. We set a goal of launching climate tech innovations, commercialization, scaling up opportunities across industries. And this this panel is really why we're here, because this is a part of our goals. With the Green Economy Action Plan, we have identified that the green economy is going to be a significant portion of the GDP of New York City, anticipated to be 400,000 jobs and increasing quite rapidly. We're making major investments, including a $100 million hub in the Brooklyn Army Terminal, the Climate Exchange, other investments in industry cities, and other climate hubs around New York. And the city is also exploring innovative other ways to use data in these tools that are becoming available, including new models of parametric insurance that allow New Yorkers who are underinsured or may not have access to those financial resources to get immediate payouts after a climate event happens. And we're doing that in partnership with the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. In Plan YC, we also announced our efforts to work with our New York City Housing Authority to install over 30,000 heat pumps and 10,000 NYCHA units across the city, and are getting ready to release the results of our first heat pump pilot with NYCHA very soon. And leading by example is a key pillar of our approach for climate innovation. Fossil fuel construction equipment emits pollutants and noise and endangers people's health on construction sites and neighborhoods all across New York City. If you're a New Yorker, you know what it's like to live next to a construction site. To address that, this past Friday, we announced in collaboration with C40 that New York City has formed the North American Electric Construction Coalition. The coalition is a group of cities that commit wherever possible to use clean construction equipment on city projects, and includes other cities like Austin, Montreal, San Diego, Philadelphia, Boulder County, and Los Angeles, and multiple industry partners. Other global cities use electric construction equipment, especially in Europe, but the North American market is nascent. The signatories that are on this coalition spent over $13 billion on construction, and forming this coalition we know will spur significant market growth and hopefully move the needle for the availability of electric construction equipment in a neighborhood near you. And we can't achieve these environmental justice targets without jobs, so we're laser focused on connecting the opportunities, the skills training, the workforce development opportunities where we can, so that we can have local benefits to these, all of our climate initiatives. So I'll talk a little bit too about our accomplishments for this past year. This is actually my 1-year anniversary of having this appointment. My first week was the 9/29 rainstorm. which was devastating and flooded a lot of places across New York City, especially basement apartments. But in the last year, I'll just run through a few things of what's going on in the climate office today. We released the city's first long-term energy plan that the city of New York has ever had, called Power Up NYC. We remediated our 1,000th site through the New York City Voluntary Cleanup Program, which is the largest municipal environmental remediation program in the United States. We released the first climate budget for any large city in the United States, with joining cities like Barcelona, Berlin, London, Milan, and more. And we released the city's first urban agriculture report as well, connecting our food systems and plants and greenery to our climate and our drainage and our other priorities. As I mentioned, we released the environmental justice report and the mapping tool that's publicly available, but we also broke ground on several large-scale coastal infrastructure projects, some of which are going to be opening in this year, including Eastside Coastal Resilience, broke ground on the Battery Coastal Resilience, and the opening of 2 bridges in Brooklyn Bridge Montgomery Coastal Resilience, a system of flood walls, barriers, open space, and parks underneath the FDR Drive. We also released with the New York City Panel of Climate Change, our independent advisory body, new climate projections and new data that we use to integrate into our city capital planning. And we also awarded over 400 electric school buses so that the buses that we're used to hearing and picking you up during the school day might be silent and creep up and try to get will be quiet when they pick up the kids and send them to school. We also won $250 million through the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and we'll be launching a public solar and community solar program using those funds. And even this morning, in the midst of all of this, we launched a new funding resource that reinvests carbon offsets to help affordable housing pay for energy efficiency and resilience measures that they otherwise wouldn't be able to afford, using the framework of our local law 97, which is our landmark building regulation, which requires all large buildings in New York City to be net zero by 2050. But let's also talk about where we're heading and what is this future of New York in just a few years. We signed Green Rides, which is legislation that will require all rideshare vehicles in New York City to be electric or handicap accessible by 2030, a major marker mover which will push and force EV charging adoption across New York. We are also right at the City Council for City of Yes, our new housing plan, which will add hundreds of thousands, hopefully more, of units across the city in neighborhoods that have traditionally not contributed towards our increasing housing demands. By 2027, we're going to use the data that we have from the New York City Panel on Climate Change and integrate it into all city capital planning and all design projects so that we're designing for the future with heat and extreme weather on all of our publicly funded infrastructure and large-scale projects. We have an executive order that we're no longer just thinking about operational carbon, but we're going to require all of our city projects to look at embodied carbon, including life cycle analysis for our projects. We're committed to phasing out fossil fuels. We're committed to gas transition planning. And in addition to all of those transitions, we still have lots more of coastal infrastructure, new greenway and street projects to do all across the city. We're leading the way with innovating on maximum indoor air temperature policies. No longer would you be required to keep a space warm in the winter, but we also have to make sure that units are able to stay cool in the summer as these degrees get higher and indoor air temperature and indoor air quality gets worse. And we know that these policies are really important in some of our most disadvantaged communities because Black New Yorkers are twice as likely to die from heat than white New Yorkers, and 350 New Yorkers die every year from heat-related causes. We're launching a citywide housing mobility program so that people can decide, not just before a storm or not after a storm, but at any point to participate and buy and relocate and have options for where they would like to go because we know these climate impacts are going to be extreme for some of our neighborhoods. And And we will also be launching our public solar program, have several new resilience hubs across the city, and launching new micromobility and marine highway activation opportunities and getting polluting trucks off our streets. So I'm really excited about the future. It's complex, it's really challenging. We have a lot of work to do, but we are super committed here to doing that work. And I really thank Newlab and all of the partners here today to learn from you all to learn from us. And thank you so much.
Please welcome Dr. Vanessa Chan.
Hey everyone, so great to be here. I don't know about you, but I feel like this is like a rave where there was like a line outside and we're like in this amazing black room. So hopefully I can pump up the energy a little bit here. So I really had a great time engaging with Newlab in San Francisco. And I really want to thank Jack for inviting me here to come to this crowd. There's 900 events for New York Climate Week. I'm losing my voice. I don't normally sound like this. But it's been really incredible just seeing the energy around this. I've been getting like about 20,000 steps, which has been great because I've been eating a lot of carbs, and so it's all good. So as the voice in the ceiling said, I am the Chief Commercialization Officer here at the Department of Energy and the Director of the Office of Technology Transitions, also known as OTT. There's so many acronyms out there that I want you guys to remember us by knowing that we call ourselves the Otters, OTT Otters, and it's the perfect spirit animal because there's these adorable, cute aquatic animals that create tools to help the environment and ecosystem. And as the head of the Otters, that's exactly what I've been doing. DOE was really different when I first joined as a day one Biden-Harris appointee. We were really focused on research and development. And we have 17 amazing national labs that Tony Stark would love to have if he could. There's like just the most incredible technologies. And most of our equities were really around how do we push on these incredible research and development of technologies. But then Uncle Bill, Auntie Ira, and Uncle Chips came along. The Bill, Ira, and Chips did a really powerful set of trifecta of laws that boosted the largest investment in clean energy ever, $500 billion towards clean energy. And our equities then started going to demonstration deployment at the Department of Energy. So when we think about commercialization here, we think about research to development to demonstration to deployment. And then my job started to get really fun because as the Chief Commercialization Officer, what I have to figure out is how do we go from research through this RD&D continuum and get to market as efficiently and as quickly as possible. So if you are someone who's tried to commercialize anything, I wish it was that linear, and we know it's not. It's like a game of chutes and ladders where you think you got to a certain point and then you're like, this is great, and then you realize something doesn't work and it takes you back to the beginning. And so it can be really frustrating, but it's also very rewarding. And what we've really been trying to figure out is how do we help catalyze and put public-private partnerships on steroids? Because yes, $500 billion is enormous amount of money, but it pales in comparison to the $23 trillion that the private sector has. And in the end, it's the private sector that's actually going to be commercializing the technologies. And what we need to do is catalyze the private sector so that we have a government-enabled, private sector-led clean energy transition. So private sector-led, government-enabled. And the really exciting thing is the 3.5 years that we've been here and since the passing of these trifecta of laws, we're actually doing it. For every dollar that we have put out the door, $6 of private capital has come to invest in the clean energy transition, which is amazing. By the end of this year, we will have put the equivalent of 30 Hoover dams of clean energy onto the grid. 30 Hoover dams. Okay, other audiences, I get applause. I don't know what's up with you guys. Thank you, thank you. We also have created 800 new or expanded manufacturing facilities. 400,000 jobs related to clean energy. And one of my favorite points is that 81% of the money that we have put out the door has gone to communities which have a salary below the average Americans. Yes, we are making a difference. Now, as we've been thinking about how to catalyze the ecosystem, one of the things that is really important is that there's not one single organization that actually can do commercialization on their own. We actually all need to band together and do it together. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you get people playing by the same book? Well, when we were trying to do this in the US, when Gordon Moore, the founder of Intel, was trying to double number of transistors on a chip so that we all have supercomputers, and so this guy can take amazing pictures of me with filters that take 10 pounds off. You got that in the writer, right? It was really amazing to try to innovate and get the entire CMOS value chain together so we could innovate together to actually hit Moore's Law. So in order to do this, we have to do something similar, and Semitech had created a commercialization roadmap to do that. So what the friendly otters at DOE did was we went and we banded with all of our DOE colleagues and said, we need commercialization roadmaps for the critical clean energy technologies. And we created these pathways to commercial liftoff. And what happened was we had all this money that needed to go out the door in a way that could actually de-risk the technology so the private sector could take over. So we knew we had to talk to the private sector and understand what is preventing things from making to market. So what we did was we focused on 4 technologies in the beginning: hydrogen, nuclear, long-duration energy storage, and carbon management, because we had so much money going out the door. And then we created these roadmaps of what the unit cost economics had to be. What are the barriers that are preventing these things from making it to market? And you can now find these reports at liftoff.energy.gov. That's liftoff.energy.gov. And you can actually see what we have to do together to bring virtual power plants, geothermal, and other things to market. Now, the great thing about these reports is they're live on liftoff.energy.gov, meaning we're constantly updating them. And in fact, we'll be sharing some updates on the first wave of the reports. But what it's done is it's given us a language and a clear shared vision of how we have to get there. And I see people taking notes, so that's liftoff.energy.gov. And the really key thing for us is now you know what you need to do. And what we did was we coded the money coming out of DOE to the liftoff reports so that we could jointly start to catalyze the things that have to happen. So I'll give you one example. For hydrogen, the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations was given $8 billion by Congress in order to catalyze the hydrogen economy. In doing the liftoff work, we saw that one of the biggest challenges for hydrogen, similar to many technologies, is that it's very difficult for offtake agreements to be signed unless the supply chain is set up. The supply chain is like, we're not setting up until we have offtake agreements. And they look at each other, seeing who's going to move first, and nobody moves. So we're like, well, we're the neighborhood-friendly government, and we heard you guys. So what we did was we reserved $1 billion of the $8 billion to actually do demand-side activation. And that has never been done in the federal government. So the $1 billion is going to help because if you're the first 7 of a kind, you are not yet at cost, at scale, to actually drive down the cost to the point where you can be selling this profitably. So what we're trying to do in the back end is figure out how do we do contract for differences and other things like that to make sure that people who are brave enough to take those initial risks are actually going to not be losing their shirt as they're doing it. And I think that is really critical. So, and I think this is, the point is we're trying to innovate how we actually catalyze public-private partnerships. Now, this is great, but most of the people in Newlab are actually eating ramen and trying to figure out how to, get $10,000. So like $8 billion just seems so far out there. So we've also done a lot, especially here with the otters, of really catalyzing the startups who are going to be the next public traded companies. So how are we doing that? We have funded 80 incubators, accelerators across the nation. In fact, Newlab has gotten $500,000 from OTT. And the reason why we are so excited about the incubators and accelerators is they are the ones that are making sure the next generation of startups have what they need in order to make their technologies, get it further down the commercialization continuum. And so we're super excited to be able to support amazing spaces like this. And the fact that there's a 1,000-person wait list, people are understanding why these kinds of places are so important. The second thing that we did was we really wanted to make sure that companies, large and small, understood actually what it takes to commercialize. Raise your hand if you've heard of technology readiness levels. Okay, for those of you by camera, most hands are up. Technology readiness levels were invented by NASA in the 1970s to launch rockets to the moon. When you're trying to launch a rocket to the moon, you don't need a permit yet to land on the moon. You don't care about the unit economics, and you're not trying to create a lot of rockets. So as a result, when we use TRLs as a proxy that a technology is ready for market, we're missing all the things like permitting, siting, workforce, supply chain, demand activation, things that TRLs don't cover. So here we created a very helpful tool from the auditors called the Adoption Readiness Levels, ARLs, which is a complement to TRLs. And what it does is it really teaches founders especially. I have a PhD, and PhDs are actually anti-commercialization because we are told, don't talk to me about your research because you have to publish first. You join a research group where everyone focuses on the same technology. In my case, it was block copolymers. And so my PhD advisor minted 30 years of PhDs on block copolymers. And then the very last thing you do is you stand up in front of a thesis committee wearing your Wonder Woman handcuff stuff to basically block off questions and say why you're the smartest person in the room because you're defending your PhD. Now, if you told a entrepreneur, don't talk to me about your work, be defensive about any question that you're asked, and only focus on one technology because that thing's going to solve the world, you will not get anywhere. So yes, applause. I really like you. Come on, guys, applause. I guess you have the war wounds from that too. So we created ARLs as the language to teach people about commercialization. That's a complement to TRLs. And it's really important that people, especially PhD founders, understand there's so much more besides technology that we have to address. Now that they've got this, like, okay, great, I've got the language of ARLs, but I don't know how to do techno-economic analysis. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. And so we're like, okay, we need to help you guys with that because you're not going to get it from the trainings that you got in academia. So how do you find people that can help you with this? Well, if you're planning a wedding or trying to do something, you go to Google or Yelp and you see who has 5-star reviews. You can't do this techno-economic analysis. So what we did at OTT was we innovated a program where we actually have found and have over 100 organizations that can actually support things like techno-economic analysis, community engagement, and so forth. And we know that startups don't have time to go through 120-page FOAs, funding opportunity announcements, to actually get the money, especially if the money is a low amount. So we created a voucher program, which actually is live now. The deadline's October 3rd. And we provide up to $250,000 for you to be matched up with a third-party organization that can do things like techno-economic analysis, standardization, and qualifications, and so forth. So all you need to do is apply to the voucher program. We then give the money to a third party, and then you just call the third party. There's no negotiation needed. There's nothing. We're trying to make it as easy as possible for startups and small organizations to also get access to the dollars coming out the door. I'm really proud of this program because 80% of the people who have received a voucher have never gotten money from the Department of Energy. So, round of applause. So I think that's really key. So for all of you startups up there, please go to the opportunity right now that's there. And in fact, 8 of our national labs, which are amazing, are voucher providers. So you can actually get a chance to work with the national labs as well. Now, for those of you who are writing checks, raise your hand here if you're like an investor. Raise your hand high so all the startups can see you and actually come accost you later. The thing I'm going to talk to all of you guys about is that when you're trying to go through the RD&D continuum, the risks are very high. And you cannot be looking at hurdle rates that are ones that are what we normally think about with more traditional capital projects. And we have to be innovating on risk and the amount of risk we're willing to take. So right now we're first in line to be 8th, 9th, or 10th across the Squid Game bridge, right? We don't want to be first, second, or third. We want other people to take those steps because the first of a kind, second of a kind, third of a kind is very risky because it's not yet at scale. So we have to figure out how do we worry about the first 10 of a kind. So instead of a FOAC, we have to be thinking about TOAC, right? TOAC. So we need to think about funding in a way that we actually can scale and get to that tipping point. So for all of you who are investors, I really think we have to disrupt how we think about funding these first ones, because then we can get to the cost curve and the tipping point that we lay out in the pathway to commercial liftoff. And so I think really what I'm hoping you guys do in the last day and a half of New York Climate Week is think creatively and to innovate in your own ecosystem. If we can innovate here in the federal government, you guys can innovate too. It really is possible. And I really encourage you guys to think more creatively about how do we move faster, because right now we are all like seniors in high school who have a project to do. And yes, we had many years ago, many years, and now as the time, clicks down, we haven't started yet. We have less time to do the exact same thing. And we're starting to run out of time, and we're about to get an F from the next generation if we don't move now. So everybody, please, please, please think creatively and think about how do you innovate in the ecosystem so that we can all drive forward together. Thank you.
And now we have Dr. Jennifer Schaefer.
Hello, everybody. What an awesome set of talks that we were just able to listen to. We're at the tail end of New York Climate Week, and everything about this week is big, right? The announcements, the partnerships, the commitments, so everything about it makes us feel just hopefully a little bit better about what our future holds for us. And today, when we think about this, usually it's built upon the tiny engagements, the tiny interactions, the casual conversations, the tiny technologies that somebody forgot about or didn't realize the significance of. And that's actually what I want to talk about today, is not the big things, but actually the small things that can help us get to big impact. Because we need to triple nuclear energy by 2050. And I want to talk about our nuclear future. And the way that we're going to talk about this is in a couple of different ways. We want to talk about the reactors. We want to talk about the waste. We want to talk about the waste timelines, because all of these, we think that there's an opportunity to talk about them in a small, productive way. So let's talk about the reactors. About 20 years ago, the Department of Energy and others within the community recognized that nuclear wasn't really fitting the bill as we had commonly thought about it. The big gigawatt scale reactors just were over cost, over budget, causing a lot of issues from that type of deployment perspective. And we said, you know what, maybe it's time for a different technology. Let's talk about the small modular reactor. And with this, we can de-risk construction, financial, regulatory, supply chain. All of these things might just get a little bit easier if we shrink the size of the reactor and leverage economies of number instead of economies of scale. So that was about 20 years ago. About 10 years ago, we started having a conversation that maybe we didn't go small enough. Maybe we actually need to be thinking about it at the microreactor scale, because we hadn't fully de-risked supply chain, financing, manufacturing in a way that we could catch this flywheel to produce what we needed to do. And that was about when ARPA-E walked in the scene with respect to our first adventures with the nuclear fission space. And we hosted a workshop on microreactor technologies. And from that workshop, what we actually founded was the Meitner program. And we basically funded our first technology in the space, the eVinci microreactor. And maybe the slide, there we are. The eVinci microreactor. And at this point, there were about 1 or 2 microreactor companies that were operating in this space, at least domestically. And what we've seen since then, since about the decade that we started having this conversation, put in some of the earliest, if not the earliest, government funding into microreactor technologies, is that now we have about a dozen domestic companies that are investing in this space. and wanting to develop these types of technologies. And this is a very different landscape than when we started this conversation as far as where we thought we would be with respect to small nuclear technologies. And right now, when we're thinking about this, usually we're having this conversation with respect to, hey, wouldn't these be great in forward deployed military bases? Wouldn't these be great with respect to remote operations that could help remote communities? And maybe we should actually be having the conversation that these reactors can fit on basically a truck bed. And if that's the case, why aren't we talking about mass manufacture of these types of technologies? And if there's anything that the nuclear community maybe hasn't done too well of, it's mass manufacture. Maybe that's why we're not having that conversation. And so this is actually a perfect opportunity for me to be here talking to you all, because it's not going to be the nuclear community at its core that helps figure out the mass manufacture challenge so we can bring these types of technologies to bed sooner. It's going to be people who know manufacturing in aviation, automotive, batteries, so we can think about our reactor design and coordination in the way just from the beginning so we can actually produce this forward. Because when it comes to microreactor technology, we're getting ready to deploy some of these at Idaho National Lab by 2026. And probably at that microreactor workshop about a decade ago, if you had said, you know what, and we're going to build and deploy one of these within 10 years, you would have been laughed out of the room. But that's actually the conversation that we're having right now, and I think that we could be really leaning into this with respect to how we could potentially triple nuclear by 2050. So that's the reactor side. Now, let's talk about the waste. Well, I think everybody would be okay if the waste was just a little bit smaller. So one of the key ways that we could have this conversation is when it comes to nuclear fuel recycling. It turns out that when you pull your waste or your fuel from the reactor and it's been lightly used, you've only used about 95% of the energy value from that material. 95%. This would be like if you drove your Ford Explorer, you filled it up 20 gallons, burned 1 gallon of gas, and threw the other 19 gallons away. This just doesn't make sense, but this is currently what we do when it comes to nuclear fuel and waste management of the waste. And the biggest reason why we do that right now is because it basically is too expensive relative to fresh fuel, and actually it generates pure plutonium streams. That's right, that plutonium that is used in nuclear weapons, and therefore you have a proliferation risk on your hand. And so we went back and looked at this as an agency, and this is actually where my core background and expertise lays. And we said, you know, there's not a reason a priori why the technologies need to be this expensive. When we developed these technologies originally during the Cold War and during the Manhattan Project, cost was not the design basis. It was other factors. And so we might have picked fundamentally different technologies. Now that we've worked with plutonium for more than just a few years, we might pick different technologies that are a little bit more cost effective. Oh, and by the way, if you're designing for recycling this fuel to put it back into the reactor, there's no need to generate a pure plutonium stream. And you can actually develop the chemistry and the controls to help manage it that way. And that's exactly what we've done with 2 programs at the agency, with Curie and onwards, that focus on nuclear fuel recycling. And from those programs, we actually have 3 companies that we're working with, amongst others, that are helping us understand the opportunities in different chemistries and different approaches that could help us recycle our nuclear fuel in a cost-competitive way that would actually help us manage the proliferation risk of the material. And so this is the way that we can start thinking about nuclear fuel recycling, to not only decrease our waste by about an order of magnitude, but actually improve our nuclear fuel utilization by about 100-fold. And if you're talking about tripling nuclear by 2050, you'd like to have a good, secure fuel supply chain. And so that's one thing that we can talk about with respect to about waste volumes. So now let's talk about fuel timelines. Waste timelines, everybody else's favorite topic when it comes to nuclear. The idea that, of course, we know when we pull nuclear waste out of the ground, it sticks around for millions of years, right? This is something that causes some issues as far as disposal, management. We know that we can take the fuel and put it safely alongside the reactor, and we've done this for decades now at this point, but you start having the conversation about millions of years, and this is something that many people are not particularly comfortable with. Well, now about what, instead of talking about millions of years, we were talking about something on the order of 30 years. What if we took our fuel and transmuted it basically such that the long-lived products actually didn't stick around for so long? And we thought about this in the 70s when we decided that we would do deep geological disposal. The reason why we stayed away from this was because basically at the time the particle accelerator technologies and other things weren't there yet. And we didn't think that it made sense to take this approach with respect to the management of our fuel. That has changed. Funny enough, probably because of advancements in fusion. We are getting much better at making particle accelerators that are compact, more intense, have better uptimes. And this is why we launched the Newton program at ARPA-E, a $40 million effort to ask the question of should we be transmuting our nuclear waste, and can we get there in a way that makes sense, that completely changes what the back end of our nuclear fuel cycle looks like. And so these are the ways, and there's actually a lot of opportunity with this for new people to have this conversation and think about what could be the potential when it comes to nuclear fuel transmutation. And so all of this in total, when it comes to thinking small, I think that there's a lot of opportunities for newcomers to engage within this space. But it turns out that this is just one pathway. Of course, there's been big announcements this week. There were big announcements last week. Microsoft, $16 million, 3 Mile Island Unit 1. Financial Times report about bankers coming forward willing to finance nuclear projects. And so when it comes to making our path forward to tripling nuclear by 2050, we actually think that there's a couple of different pathways to get there. And now you know a little bit about a small one that could get us there. So thank you for your time.
Introducing our first panel, Solomon Almazura, Cameron Porter, Nicholas Myers, and our moderator, Sahil Jain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here with us today. My name is Sahil Jain. I'm here with the Newlab team, and today we're going to be talking about the value and purpose of structuring public-private partnerships as a mechanism to accelerate industrial decarbonization, innovation, and economic development. Before we get started, I'll provide a little bit of context on what that very buzzwordy title means. and what will and who I'm joined with on the stage. When we talk about public-private partnerships, what we mean by that are essentially mechanisms where we can leverage public sector, their motivations around driving economic development, growth, and transformation in regions around the world, and how they can collaborate creatively with private sector, specifically around the ways in which we can help accelerate early stage technology development and commercialization. So when we talk about public-private partnerships today, that will be the framing that we use there in light of the reason we've all convened in New York this week. I'd like to introduce who I'm joined with on stage today. I'll start with, on my left directly is Nick Myers, who's the CEO and co-founder of Phoenix Tailings. Next to Nick, we have Cameron Porter, who's a partner at Steel Atlas, a really interesting investment fund. And then lastly, we have Suleiman Al-Mazroura, who is the CEO of the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program. So one of the things I wanted to kind of set the stage with is there's a few things that connect all of our panelists here together, and is the reason that we brought everyone here for this conversation. The first is that all of your missions are aligned and tied towards driving industrial growth, decarbonization, and advancement, albeit from slightly different perspectives, where Nick is representing a fast, high-growth startup, Cameron is representing the investor, and Suleiman is representing government. All core, I would say, archetypes of stakeholders required for us to kind of advance and meet our goals as it relates to the energy transition. The second thing is that you all have lived experiences around leveraging public-private partnerships and how they can be this vehicle and mechanism to advanced innovation. You've experienced, in some cases, informed and influenced as well, how economic transformation as an imperative can also drive innovation. And lastly, one of the things we'll be talking about today is specifically how different regions around the world have different comparative advantages as it relates to driving this mission. And all of our panelists here specifically have experience developing projects, investing in companies and developing technology, both in the US as well as in countries such as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And so we'll be talking a little bit about the different geographic differences, advantages, as it relates to these types of partnership structures. So, getting into it, with that context in mind, I'm going to start maybe with a question to Cameron. I am such a big fan of what you and your partners are building at Steel Atlas and the support you provide companies. I read your blog posts very regularly, and there was something that stood out to me that I wanted to share with the audience as framing. Public-private partnerships like those occurring across sectors in Saudi have the capacity to eliminate barriers associated with investing in businesses that require heavier capex and the construction of first-of-a-kind facilities. Can you talk a little bit about what that means, and specifically tell us about your investment thesis and how you're leveraging the generational opportunity in the kingdom as it relates to supporting and creating value for your portfolio companies?
It's a very easy question, so it'll only take 2 seconds. But thank you for having me, Sahil, and it's wonderful to be up here with the other panelists. Talal and I, we run a venture capital fund called Steel Atlas, where we invest in industrial technologies through the lens of resilience and volatility. So we look at where volatility is occurring in things like baseload power prices, critical mineral prices, freight prices, so on and so forth. And then we try to find those technologies positioned to mitigate those sources of volatility. When we're doing that, one of the core challenges you face is that often these technologies involve hard assets. And hard assets are oftentimes not best financed with venture capital dollars. So the question is, where can you go find public sector support to make building these assets easier? And I think there's kind of 3 things we look for from a public sector, whether it's here in the US or in Saudi Arabia, that we think will lead to outsized outcomes. Number 1 is capital. Do they have the dollars to deploy? Number 2 is coordination. Do they have a mechanism in place where they're aligned and there's a clear direction that they're going? And number 3 is constraints. Are they actually facing real challenges in the areas you're looking to deploy in? And I think what makes us excited about the opportunity in Saudi Arabia is they check all three of these boxes. They have the capital, they have the coordination in the form of Vision 2030, and they face real constraints as it relates to decarbonization and the environment. It is hotter in Saudi than it is here. They have no freshwater river. In fact, it's the largest country in the world that faces that constraint. And they also have natural resources that they're not hoping only to extract, but also refine and move up the value chain so they don't end up like a country like the DRC in other categories. So when we look at kind of the work we do and the companies we work with, we're seeing it kind of across the technology stack, opportunities to partner with countries like Saudi Arabia to move these companies forward. In fact, and maybe we can touch on it later, if people were here for the talk with Jennifer on the nuclear fuel cycle, one of the companies we've done the most work on is in the nuclear fuel cycle space, including like the greenfield opportunity to deploy a non-proliferant system there. And this is stuff that only happens because Saudi is pushing into and diversifying into sectors that they've never been in before. So there's real incentive to bring new players into the fold.
Maybe as a follow-up, Suleiman and Nick, I think question I have for you guys is, what have been, in your past experiences with these types of initiatives and collaborations, what have been both the advantages that Cameron has started to talk about, what have been some of the challenges as well? And as we think about structuring new types of platforms that can drive innovation and technology development and economic transformation, what has to be true as a part of these types of partnerships and collaborations? From your perspective as a startup, what's helpful? And Suleiman, as you think about this from a government perspective, where do you want to see things being done differently than they have in the past?
So, Nick Myers, co-founder and CEO at Phoenix Tailings. We have a novel technology called predictive compensation that allows us to be able to harvest new materials. We focus on the chemistry underlying a system. So not only do we focus on tailings and the extraction of primary, critical materials like rare earth metals, nickel, copper, cobalt, but we primarily focus on the processing of those rare earth concentrates to the final metal alloys. And as it sits today, Phoenix Tailings is the largest rare earth metal producer in the entire Western Hemisphere. We've done a lot of work with various different government agencies around the world. And the common trend I would say that's challenging is speed. As a startup, for those of you that are startups here, I think you very clearly understand this challenge of runway. The best case scenario, right, you're as a startup, you're sitting there with 18 to 24 months of runway. That is the best situation just after you raise your round. Most of the time, you're sitting there looking at a 6-month runway, wondering about your next capital raise. And you're trying to think about, hey, how can I actually go and deploy something of real substance? That's challenging, right? And so when we talk about going to the kingdom and taking American technology, which is some of the best in the world, right, and deploying it in an amazing ecosystem that has all the support, it is a great opportunity, but it's always tough for us to identify how we're going to actually allocate the time. Because at the end of the day, yes, this may yield billions of dollars in returns for us, for the kingdom, for the whole ecosystem. But I'm sitting there looking like, okay, well, if I don't raise $1 million, I'm out of business in a month. That's challenging, right? And I'm certain everyone here who's been in the startup ecosystem has known that feeling. It's tough, right? So I think there's a huge opportunity with groups like the Kingdom, and I think that's one of the biggest things that attracted me to the sector. And when we were at the FFF in January, why I was so excited, I see the Kingdom actually moving fast, not just talking about it. I've been all around the world in various different countries, and many people talk about bringing companies like this to those ecosystems because mining is so tied to the national security of whichever country, whether it be the US, Canada, Australia, or the Kingdom. But I did notice that the Kingdom was actually moving fast, not just talking about, strategically, what would we do? How do we hire McKinsey to come up with this new model? It's how do we actually make this real? Let's build a pilot in the next 9 months, 6 months, ideally 2 or 3 if we can make it happen. So I was very impressed with that, and I think that's something that we need to push further on and keep going, and congratulations to the team pushing on that so far.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I will not be able to present the case as he presented. I think that coming from you is more credible than coming from me as a Saudi. But I think everybody in this room knows that Saudi relies on fossil fuel is unsustainable for thousands of economic and environmental reasons. As you might say here in Brooklyn, forget about it. But in all seriousness, let me tell you how this all started. We had almost every top leader in Saudi getting all in one conference room. Very huge conference room in one of the hotels with the Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. And he asked everyone one question: what do you need to be the best version of you and your organization? And we ran for more than 1.5 years trying to figure out how to do that. And we end up thinking that even with the best version that we put together is not enough for Saudi to be at where it wants to be. So we changed the model to add some top-bottom approach. What is the national agenda that can contribute to the Saudi and to the international community in the same time? Then we came up with this blueprint called Vision 2030. Anybody haven't heard of Vision 2030? Please raise hands. Saudi Vision 2030? Oh, please count them, Sahel. We need to take them to Saudi. But literally, that's the plan. It's a blueprint for the nation, started in 2016 and happening for the coming 6 years to 2030. And it addresses all sides of our lives. It's reshape our economy and social. We're talking about quality of life, entertainment, economy diversification, human development, every aspect of our lives in that blueprint. And that makes it easier to every partner in the world because we have a common goal that everybody would like to share. We are having the same values that everyone has. We want to have renewable energy and moving from fossil fuels. We are trying our best to contribute to the human development. And this is where my organization comes to be, National Industrial Development and Logistics Program. We are one of the vision programs that's focused on the economic diversification. And this is, we aim to transform the kingdom to an industrial powerhouse and a global logistic hub and amplify the value of our national resources. That's our aim. But I think there is something that we discovered across the years since we started the Vision 2030. It's actually the genius of integrating these 4 sectors together: mining, industry, logistics, and energy. Eliminating silos is a key to achieving results, whether in the government or with the private sector or with NGOs. Just eliminating silos has a key value that we never thought we will achieve. And to be honest, that's one of the genius of His Royal Highness, because today we are hearing about supply chain interruptions. We are seeing the companies moving where the resources are and close to the customers for customizing products. This is his idea 10 years ago when we established Newlab as an integrated platform to actually be able to bridge that to the world. Now we have a constructive value to the international community. We are starting the National Geological Survey, which availing all the critical mineral required for the renewable energy, for the digitization, and for others. We are building the largest green hydrogen plant. We are building maybe the only city that's zero carbon, zero waste, Neom. And for startups, for founders who would like to test these things, I think these are the platform available to have this technology available. That's maybe my shorter answer.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more in the fact that the coordination, as Nick and Suleiman have referenced, as a mechanism to remove friction for companies to enter into a new market and to realize its potential is incredibly important. But I think what's amazing, Suleiman, about your program is you have thought through the dependencies across a value chain that's required for these industrial technologies. So when Nick builds Phoenix Tailings plant in the kingdom, there's a well thought out mechanism around the importance that logistics will play upstream and downstream of the feedstock and the metals you refine. you'll think about the renewable energy that's required to drive the whole life cycle emissions down. And obviously you're thinking about the downstream market creation of the rare earth elements into magnets that will then go into all sorts of different renewable technologies. So I think the value chain-based approach is also a really kind of beautiful way in which, again, the public-private partnership as a vehicle can help drive technology from the lab and scale to the market. So, Suleiman, I'm going to continue on your thread a little bit. You spoke a bit about the mandate of NIDLib. Can you maybe talk, I'd love to hear the origin story of how NIDLib formed, and then as you are thinking about your organization, not only in the past, but looking forward, what have been the types of multilateral partnerships and collaborations that you've formed over the last few years? What are you looking to achieve as an organization to enable the goals of Vision 2030?
So again, I think I told the story about the vision creation, but NIDLib is one of these ideas that we knew that if the industry minister go in silos and transportation minister goes in their silos, we will not achieve the constructive value that we need for the investors, because no matter what your factory is, you need to have that access to the port for export, you have to have access to the R&D facility, you have to have access to the right workforce, the educated workforce that's needed for your factory. You have to have the ease of doing business in Saudi working better. So the normal way of doing this as a government where everyone has his own function will not work for us. So we established this idea of NIDLib that was created in 2018 as a follow-up to Vision 2030. And we started to actually lay out all the requirements. And we think like an investor. We being investor-centric. What would investor needs to have a successful journey in Saudi? So we built all the initiatives, all the enablers accordingly. And today, we start having this on a cluster level. Let me give you an example. The Lucid Motors. Arguably one of the most advanced EVs in the world. No offense to Tesla fans, but we are so proud that they have selected Saudi for their second manufacturing facility. But what we are more proud of that integration that we build, of the ecosystem that produced the right business environment for Lucid, Hyundai, Seer, and Pirelli tires, and most of the automotive factories to come to this automotive cluster and grow and thrive. That's to me the value that we created. We make sure that they have the right access to the world-class ports, King Abdullah ports. We made sure that they have access to the highest R&D facility, King Abdullah University. We made sure that their executives and workers have access to the quality of life, the King Abdullah City, where largest golf and other places there. And we make sure a beautiful beach on the Red Sea. And we make sure that they have access to the educated workforce, a new academy of for automotive industry on their neighborhood, just to make sure that we produce the right workforce. And also we have this special economic zone criteria that made the taxing regime, all that business environment is easy for them to export and thrive. So that the ecosystem, this is what NIDLib actually does in basic. We make sure that we make that big picture integration to a cluster level and apply it for our investors.
Thank you so much. Maybe as a follow-up, Cameron, I'd love to hear from you, because you have both a deep understanding of the ecosystem here and are supporting companies with scale-up opportunities in the kingdom. Could you describe a bit of the bidirectionality that we can create between these regions? How do we leverage, you described some of the comparative advantages of the kingdom as it relates to the cost of capital, the greenfield nature, and the environmental constraints that can stress technology in a way that maybe is ahead of the environmental constraints that other countries will face. I am fascinated by this idea of like building blueprints for these technologies in a place that is not encumbered by these legacy things in a country such as Saudi. What can we be doing more of to allow for more information sharing, allowing companies to kind of see this bidirectional opportunity to then come back to the US or into other developed markets to scale?
Yeah, I think to answer this question, let me dive into just a very tangible example of where we've been working on this with one of our companies. And it actually ties, I think, all the pieces of the value chain that's at this podium and here together. So we work with a company in Switzerland called changemakers, and they're developing a new type of nuclear fuel cycle. And it's a non-proliferant fuel cycle, so you can't make a weapon out of it. Saudi today doesn't have nuclear reactors. They have other kind of clean energy strategies that they're pursuing alongside oil and gas in order to create a clean grid by 2060. But because of this constraint and the amount of clean water they need, nuclear would be a great solution because it's reliable baseload power. Now, there's countries like the US, which theoretically would be a great proponent of these types of technologies. But the truth is we already have a nuclear fuel cycle here based around enriched uranium, which, if we remember from the last year, is what we were buying from Russia. When we go to a country like Saudi and we build on top of efforts like Newlab's, who start to understand what types of minerals are there, namely thorium, you can start to see, wait, I think there's an option to create a new type of nuclear fuel cycle. And then you start coordinating with the government agencies and the federal research labs. We do a lot of work with and conversations with KCARE, another example of a high-level research organization. And we work with them to say, I think there's an opportunity here for you to take a step forward and start to lead the world in one of these technology domains. Outside of just resource extraction and energy production, you're moving up the value chain where you start to invest in these technologies, you localize them, you develop first-of-a-kind facilities, and then you become an exporter of not just goods, but real technologies and designs to the rest of the world. And so we're hoping to do that in more categories. And that's why it's awesome to come to Newlab. It's awesome to see people like Phoenix Tailings, because the companies here are creating the value-added technology so that you can take resources along with the logistics and you can create something that a country can really build an industry around. And so that's the exciting opportunity. And I encourage all the startups that are here to have these conversations and try to get the information from folks like myself and others who are involved in these things to understand where those opportunities are, because if you can get access to the information and these people, it can move fast. Like as an investor, there's basically 3 criteria for me. It's does it matter, does it work, and can they move fast? And the can they move fast problem for a lot of hard tech companies is being solved by people on this stage.
Thank you so much. Nick, I have always been a fan of what you're building, but I think, beyond the technology, thinking about how to commercialize and go to market is obviously something that's really difficult in the hard tech and deep tech space. I would love it if you could share a little bit about the really, what I think is in some ways a first of a kind deal structure that you were able to develop here in the state of New York as it related to helping scale your technology. If you could talk a little bit about that deal structure and how, more than the structure, I think it's how that helped you on your journey as you were scaling up the technology.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I mentioned before, right, Phoenix Tailings processes tailings, which is a waste product from mining. Right? We operate in the mining sector, one of the worst, notoriously the terrible industry to operate with technology, like terrible. There's no clear path to commercialization, right? They operate in all these different countries that don't have any type of restrictions around how to take IP or how to manage it, right? So it's been historically a problem. So we met Sahil 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I don't know, a while, when we were in a backyard and we had literally like a cooler full of our reactor that was on a porch. So it's grown if anyone's curious. But we were funded by the NSF and some later RPE and a few other folks, but it started off really doing customer discovery stuff. They have a whole process where we did 267 customer interviews, flying all around the world to interview people and understand, hey, how do you do a business deal here? And we learned a lot about how mining works. We learned a lot about how government works. We learned a lot about these ecosystems. So when we were saying, okay, well, now we're at a point where we need an asset to actually scale up on, we do work with mining companies collectively today, and they're very, very helpful. We found a good path to deployment, but it wasn't until we really found this asset in upstate New York or Barton Hill and in the Essex County region, over in the Adirondacks, beautiful place if anyone's ever curious, where they have this giant pile of 3 million tons of iron ore tailings. The story they sold me on is that they originally harvested the iron back in the 60s that was used in the Apollo space missions. Hard to verify, but it was cool, and it's a really great story for investors. So we loved it. It was a really great opportunity, and my chief of staff, Patrick Portman, who was one of the top folks at Jetty Resources, and my co-founder, Anthony Baladin, really built a really long-standing relationship with the county, understood their problems at an authentic level, not just like, oh, you have mud, give me mud. Like, it's not really how it works. Like, understanding, hey, what are the critical issues that are facing this ecosystem, right? This pile of dirt is a blight on the ecosystem, right? It's this giant sludge pit that sits there. And yeah, they use a little bit for road base, a little bit for cement, but they want to see the initiative of, hey, we can use this to revitalize this county, revitalize this community, and build an ecosystem, creating critical metals that will fuel the next wind turbine, electric vehicle, missile system, defense applications, right? Because rare earths are absolutely critical to all of that, and 99% come from Russia and China. So if we can build that story arc in upstate New York, bringing hundreds of jobs to the ecosystem, that's a huge win. And so we established this option agreement with the county to basically have the rights to harvest that asset and take the time to actually evaluate it with all the optionality, right? So, which is key for us, right? I can't just pump in $14 million to buy an asset, which if you go to many mining operations, that's what they will ask you for. Dude, I've raised like 32 million in my entire life cycle of the company, right? I can't just pump that out, right? So it's challenging. So this is a really good optionality where we have that ability to, as we scale up and we have the initiatives, we do the evaluation on the ore body, we share all the data with the county to make sure they can use it in the future, but making sure that we can actually go and deploy here. And then we also use that, of course, when we looked and we talked to the end OEMs, because we have to go and sell metal, right? Bear in mind, for those of you that may know mining, right? You don't go and dig up a rare earth metal, that you dig up a rock. And I don't know if you know much about building an F-35 or a wind turbine, but they don't use rocks. So you have to process that rock into the metal. So that's a lot of what we do. And we process that rock, ship it to Boston, where we do our processing facility today, and turn that to the metal, which goes into the OEM that makes a automotive component. So we use that site, and they came and visited. We tour them around. We show them the opportunity about, hey, this is where your future vehicle will actually be getting the resource from. And that is a huge selling point, and really allowed us to close my big announcement, $200 million sales contract recently, which we're pretty excited about. Thank you.
Congratulations. I guess another follow-up for you, maybe Nick, and to the rest of the panel as well. I guess, what aspect of this collaboration that you formed with the county is, in your mind, extensible or has been extensible in other deals that you've done in the future? I mean, how have you thought about this type of, like you said, local community, the workforce development opportunity, the economic growth opportunity? How has that factored into projects you choose to focus on and focus your team's time on?
A lot of it's the phase gating, right? So when you invest in an asset, right, and whether or not we're putting $14 million down or we're spending our time and effort there, right, it is an Satish. So it is an investment, right? And we have limited resources, so we have to be very careful about how much we invest, right, at a given time. So a lot of it, we have to spend a ton of time evaluating these assets, understanding the in-depth. And we do spend a lot of resources and time and effort and money to actually do that. And so when we ever were looking at doing a deal with, say, a Saudi Arabian ecosystem, or something in Brazil or Australia, right? We have to make sure that that project is going systematically forward forward where we can de-risk it step by step by step. And as it gets less and less de-risked, we can invest more and more time, resources, money, et cetera, right? And building that relationship with the county allowed us to be able to do that in an effective manner. And by doing that, that allows us to give us the full understanding about, hey, what is the actual impact here to the environment? What actually here is the impact to the job creation? And how do we actually scale that, right? And that's what we take really to every kind of contract that we're looking to build, whether it's with the county or candidly, even directly with the mining companies. It's been very, very helpful, and I think it's a method that I would tell everyone that you guys should look to follow, especially in doing deals in this sector where it does take a lot of capital resources to actually be able to be successful.
And just, I think that's great advice because it also goes across industries, and I also think it's part of the reason why Newlab has the success it's had is that whatever type of technology company you're looking at here, they're looking to work with larger players in the government. And this type of phase gating and information exchanges allows for the intermittent buildup of trust and risk taking that both companies need, not only to make decisions, but for investors like myself to get comfortable deploying more capital into them. And this is a universal truth, and it's not just limited to mining.
I totally agree. I think Reagan once said, the business of the government is to stay out of business. But to be honest, any new business environment need to be developed very well by the government so business feel confident to get into it. So the jump start of that business on any market need to be at first established by a good enablers by the government to de-risk the business because, again, putting their own money, they need to make sure that it's as de-risked as possible. So I think this is kind of not following Reagan advice, but specifically to the new businesses. But once you have the right policy, the right business environment, then I don't think the government should be interfering with the business anymore. But in general, this is what we do in Saudi. We make sure that we put the right policies, the right enablers, then we step back and let the business run its dynamics of supply and demand and market dynamics.
I think it's also just worth noting that the reason the U.S. in the past has been a dominant industrial player is because we had an aggressive industrial policy. During World War II, Japan basically cut off all of our supply of rubber, all of Southeast Asia. That's where we got all the rubber in the Western world. Within 2 years, the US government pushed industrial policy to figure out how do we make synthetic rubber locally. And after a year of that work, they were producing more rubber globally than what we got naturally from Southeast Asia. And so I think there's these specific moments where economies need to go through a phase change, where government coordination can jumpstart the opportunity for the free market to move from there. And I think this is exactly what Newlab is doing, is they are providing that jumpstart, and then you want the free market mechanism to pull people to induce investment, foreign direct investment in some cases. And that's what I think is happening today.
So just to jump in there too, because we do a fair bit in this sector on pushing things forward. And in the United States, I think that we still do have a very good industrial partnership with the government, and there is a lot of initiatives here to push things forward. The one shift, especially when it comes to critical minerals, that I think the kingdom does actually pretty well, but the US needs to catch up, I'll be very straightforward, is technology. If you take the Chinese tech, if you take the Russian technology and try to implement it here in the United States, you're going to be killing people on a daily basis. Because this technology is brutal, it's rough, it's not built for the westernized world, right? So I would say it's not just a matter of pushing government to say, hey, let's do another DPA Title III cash out where we throw, what is it, $65 million towards a mining operation that's using Chinese technology, or an Australian ecosystem that's trying to put it in here in the United States, right? That's not the answer, right? What does the United States do best in the world? And that is build awesome tech. And so we need to push on that heavily and then partner with groups like the Kingdom and be able to deploy that all around the world and use that technology to authentically clean up the planet and make everyone's lives better. And in critical minerals, we have authentically that real opportunity.
Big +1.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I have one last question. I think maybe I've surpassed the time allowed, but I guess I'll just continue on that trend. So my last question for each of you is, fast forward a year from now, we're on this stage, maybe in Riyadh, maybe somewhere else, but a year from now, tell us about maybe what is one achievement that you want to be able to represent from your organization as it relates to the conversations that we had today, and what role will very creative, one-of-a-kind partnership structures play a hand in those achievements? But Suleiman, I'll start with you.
Yeah, first, I like that. I hope I see every one of you in Riyadh next year. You will have great fun, I assure you. But I want to emphasize that Vision 2030 is not a government initiative. It's a national movement and international call for all the same challenges that international have. And Newlab specifically partner with Saudi in solving some of these challenges that internationally we go through. The new climates challenges, renewables, the future of mobilities. All these aspects you are working now with the Newlab, establishing their regional office in Saudi to start these studios of solving these challenges for Saudi and for the international community. And of course, founders, amazing founders such as you are welcome to join us in these challenges and solving them. We will have great support from the government. We have great support from our industrial partners. And we have the know-how that's been deployed all over the US to be part of this great movement that we do. So yeah, I extend the same invitation that Sahil did, but to the whole audience, of course, to join us in Saudi. And we will be celebrating with, I think, a place as awesome as this in Riyadh very soon.
Yeah, I'll just give a very specific one. We invest in a variety of industrial technologies. Every single one of them uses critical minerals. Every single one of them deals with the issue of buying those minerals from Russia and China. I hope that there's places that can do this cleanly, and I hope that Saudi can be one of them. I hope the US can be one of them. And I hope that some of those facilities get built, these technology companies' facilities get built in places like the Kingdom, because you do get access to a different type of global market there. It really is like the meeting place for the world, and hopefully a year from now, we'll have some of the work we're doing that can be more formally announced.
That's good. So we get asked a lot why we do startups. I think people here all will resonate with this, about why we work for 2 years for no money. And now we get a little money. But it really, for me personally, it boils down to the people. I want to make a deep, fundamental impact across the planet on people's lives. And it breaks my heart to see what they're doing in Russia and China today with how we actually produce these raw materials. It doesn't come out here. We don't see it all the time. For those in the sector, we know it. It's always been a dirty secret, but it's horrible. So what I want to do in the next year is make a fundamental change and actually demonstrate to the planet that we can do this at a large commercial scale, cleanly, profitably, and scalably in the US, having pathways to the Kingdom, having pathways to Australia, Europe, all around the world. Not just rare earths, but I want to make sure it's seen across the world for rare earth metals, nickel, copper, cobalt, palladium, gold, all the other metals that we see and need every single day for everything we can use on a daily basis. Because the way it's working today is horrible, and we have to fix that.
Thank you so much to Suleiman, Cameron, and Nick for being a part of this really important discussion. Very fortunate to be here on the stage with you all, and looking forward to working together in the future as well. Thanks so much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 15-minute break. Please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Daniel Joseph.
Hi, everyone. Is this working? Yeah, there we go. Thanks so much for being here. My name is Danielle Joseph. I lead the ventures team at Closed Loop Partners. Closed Loop Partners is a investment firm, advisory services business, and operating company fully dedicated to the circular economy. Just to level set, I think actually this audience is very well versed in this at this point, but circular economy is materials management throughout supply chains, so making sure that we are not throwing any materials into waste streams, into landfills, but rather incorporating them back into supply chains from which they came. I think we're here at Newlab today, which is a pretty phenomenal place. I'm actually disappointed that the curtains are drawn behind us, because if you walk outside, and I encourage you all to do this after this event, walk outside, take a look at the East River. There's a long history in these waterways of importing materials and then exporting those materials back out. Today, if you just spend an hour even looking at the river, you can see barges coming in. Inbound freight is largely not coming into the city anymore. It's going into the ports in New Jersey. But you can actually see the waste materials from New York City boroughs being barged downstream, which is a pretty phenomenal and really sobering sight. In New York City alone, we produce about 12,000 tons per day of material that's going to landfill. 12,000 tons per day barged out of New York City. Historically, those materials have been put in landfills in New York City. Actually, you guys have been around for Climate Week. I'm sure you've either seen or looked at the Staten Island Ferry Terminal, Ellis Island, Rikers Island, the FDR Drive, Battery Park City, the South Street Seaport. I didn't know this. All of these locations have been built on landfills, waste materials that have actually filled in the infrastructure of New York City. It's pretty disgusting, but not only is it a massive amount of materials that are going to waste, we're leaching those contaminants and toxins back into our soils and creating a massive methane problem. About 36% of methane emissions are coming out of our landfills today. That is largely driven by the organics that are decomposing in those landfills. About 24% of our waste stream is those organics. About 6% is our plastics. I think a lot of you also know that of the 13 million barrels of oil produced today, about 6% are going into plastics. That's going into all of our industries: built environment, transportation, manufacturing, consumer packaged goods, household industries, the clothes that all of us are wearing, right? So these are all of the materials that we care about keeping in play. I think we just heard on the panel before about critical minerals, also included in this conversation, right? And all of these materials have embedded emissions that we really care about solving for. And so we're talking today about circular economy, materials management. We're talking about all of these materials that we need to keep out of landfills and in circulation. And we can do so much better. We can avoid relying on these extractive industries like the oil and gas sector. We can increase the self-reliance of our local ecosystems by incorporating these materials and processing them profitably and on site to where those materials are being wasted in the first place. The US has an abundance of resources, and we need to use them. There's no point in letting them sit idle. And so what's the problem? I think we heard actually from some of the panelists earlier, why are we not doing this today? One part is because it's hard and it's messy. right? Like if you have piles of mine tailings or you have mixed waste streams that are being collected in residential garbage cans, right? It is hard to collect all of those materials. It's hard to sort them out. It's hard to process them into valuable end products. But there are new ways of designing products, of collecting these systems and processing them. So what if, like, let's imagine we start from the beginning and start to process these things locally. Instead of sending New York City waste streams 500 miles away into Virginia, what if we did that here today? So a few examples of what we're doing. Here in New York, we process 240,000 tons of recycled materials in the recycling facility in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. You guys can all go visit. They have public tours. It's pretty amazing. There's expansion plans within the city to start processing organics. We have the capacity to be collecting textiles, and we're investing in and exploring solutions to process all of these and upcycle them into higher value materials that can be reused in supply chains. Why are we doing this? Economic resiliency. We think that all of these localized material processing facilities and investment opportunities can create local jobs and increase the self-sufficiency of local economies. There's ecological resiliency, as I mentioned, reducing toxins that are leaching into our waste or into our soils, reducing methane emissions from leaking out of our landfills. And then one of the things that I think hasn't been mentioned enough yet on this stage, we heard from the DOE, we heard from ARPA-E. The Department of Defense is also very interested in materials management, particularly critical minerals. But as a reminder, the Department of Defense has a much bigger budget than DOE, ARPA-E, than any of these other government agencies that we're talking about. And it reaches across the aisle, right? This is a bipartisan issue to have materials management, domestic manufacturing, making sure that we are not reliant on raw input materials coming from Russia, China, places that are potentially unreliable counterparties for the US. And that's a huge opportunity for anyone who's working in the circular economy or anyone who is thinking about materials management coming into this space. We see tons of progress here. We see opportunities, again, for the collection, sortation, reprocessing of these materials. A few examples, again, of companies that are working in this space I think are important for everyone to know about. One of Closed Loop's companies is a group called Circular Services. This is now the largest privately held recycling company in North America. They have operations in 7 out of the 10 largest municipalities across the US. They're processing 1 million tons, and they have 20 facilities. This is a large, profitable company that is operating in these material streams, largely today processing paper, metal, glass, and plastics, organics, textiles, and electronic components. Another company to call out, a group called Solar Cycle that is recycling solar panels. This feeds into the critical minerals discussion that we were just having. They are currently taking in solar panels from assets across the US and recovering the aluminum, the silver, the copper, the silicon, and the glass. Their operations are in Odessa, Texas, which is the heart of the Permian Basin. It's pretty amazing to see both solar fields there and solar recycling now in the middle of these oil and gas fields. SolarCycle is able to recover 95% of the value of existing solar panels that are no longer usable in field. And they're working actively with downstream providers who are then turning their materials back into solar panels, US manufacturing, so that we can have a full circular economy around solar panels. It's pretty amazing, and I think that we can see more of this coming to fruition across other industries as well. And finally, we started this conversation talking about organics and the methane emissions coming out of our landfills. Historically, organics have been really hard to manage. We can convert them into energy as a once-through process, or we can convert them into compost, both of which are viable businesses. There are plenty of operating and good businesses out there that are doing this work, and we're in support of all of them. But one of the really exciting things that's happening right now is with advancements in biotechnology and microbial development, we're actually able to now upcycle some of those organic waste streams into valuable chemistry molecules that can be then used again in supply chains. There's so much innovation out there. We are very bullish on the circular economy, obviously, within closed loop partners. But there are also lots of needs. Again, these are messy, hard industries that require not just technological innovation, but logistical solutions. Moving materials is not a simple task. There's always there's a joke about like commodity brokers that like every once in a while make the mistake of actually taking the receipt of whatever the commodity is down in Wall Street. It's a challenge, right? Like you actually need a place to receive these materials. You need a place to ship them. You need a way to process them. And so we need talent across the board, more STEM talent, more talent. I think this was actually said in the panel prior, talent that has worked in industrial manufacturing across other industries that's now looking to apply those best practices of how to build excellent factories, well-run facilities, and apply that into this new field, circular economy, climate tech, whatever. We need more of that talent coming in. And I think importantly, when we're thinking about circular economy and this materials management, it is necessarily involving multiple stakeholders. You're thinking always about where is your feedstock coming from, how are you processing it, where is the offtake, where is your output material going? That requires working with multiple counterparties and stakeholders up and downstream from wherever you sit in the value chain. This means that we need people who are willing to put together the jigsaw puzzle of pieces and of suppliers who maybe haven't always worked together in the past. To the extent that we have corporates and other large strategic players in this room, that also means that we need you and the people within your organizations to take a chance and look outside of your swim lane for a second and to really think about how can you work with the folks that are downstream, upstream from you in order to make these circular economies possible. This is a really exciting moment in time, and it's a really exciting moment to say, hey, collaboration is not just a nice thing to have, it's not just a nice thing that will better our business, but actually something that will increase the economic resiliency of my business, of everyone's business here, increase our ecological resiliency, and our overall national security, and bring together that entire ecosystem to really level up where we are from where we are today. I'm really grateful to be on this Newlab stage. I'm like thrilled to see that this event was sold out, I think by like over 1,000 people that wanted to be in this room. Thank you all for being here and being interested in this space.
And now we have Mark Freeman.
Hey everyone. Do I need to click up? Hello. So I feel like I don't have much left to say. Between the panel that was earlier with Nick, Sahil, Suleiman, we spoke about critical minerals, why they're so critical, why they matter. We spoke about partnerships. We spoke about talent and recycling. But this is what we do at Orion Industrial Ventures. We focus on critical minerals each day, every day in our core business. And I'm just going to quickly take you through the opportunity set, why minerals do matter, and where we're playing and where we see some of the more exciting innovations, many of which are born out of Newlab and other similar organisations. And yeah, we're just going to take you through that. It's not new news to anyone in this room, one, because it's been covered today, but two, because it's becoming more mainstream, that to both electrify our grid and our vehicle fleet, which are two of the largest drivers to decarbonisation, we need an exponential increase in the supply of key minerals and materials. Let's take lithium, which powers batteries. As we know, we need more high-density durable batteries to make widespread EV penetration a reality. Copper powers our renewable energy system. You say on the slide, wind and solar are 7 and 37 times more copper intensive respectively than fossil electricity. And that's before we account for new transmission lines. Every gasoline powered car takes about 66 pounds of copper. Compare that to an EV, it's 4 times that at 240 pounds. Wind turbines need steel, a lot of steel. A 2 megawatt turbine needs about 260 tonnes. That's 300 tonnes of iron ore and a tonne of zinc. What we're saying really is that for the energy transition to become a reality, it's a mineral supply story. The result is an unprecedented increase in demand. Even in the conservative scenario shown here, we're seeing lithium increase 7 times, rare earth over 5 times, and copper, while less in relative terms, in absolute terms is enormous. In the next 2 decades, as a world, we need to mine double the amount of copper mined in history to date. That's over since time immemorial, double the amount of copper mined in history to date. The good news is that while these are very large numbers in absolute terms, it's very achievable. We're still talking only 3 billion tonnes of metal moved compared to over 7 billion tonnes in oil and gas today. So whilst we're talking about a transition away from a fossil fuel economy to a mineral economy, we're also talking about a far less energy intensive or resource intensive economy, period. The not so good news is that while sufficient resource does exist, it's not easy. It's not easy to find this resource, access it, or recover it using current approaches. First, as is known to many now, the mining sector perennially underinvests in exploration, which is really the lifeblood of new supply, or effectively the R&D of the sector. Industry-wide non-ferrous budgets average only $10 billion a year. The top 5 companies spend about $500 million a year on exploration. Compare that to $50 billion a year that they're returning in dividends. So we're talking 100x returned outside of the company rather than invested in new supply. For deposits that have been recovered, a NIMBY mindset in the Western Hemisphere countries see permitting take almost forever. It's far too long. 16 years from discovery to a new mine. By the time new metal is discovered, we're far too late to hit our net zero targets. For mines that are in production, we're seeing average grades decline. I mean, it was shown here that head grades at the world's largest copper mine are down 40% just in a decade. And the end result is that the supply deficit, a significant supply deficit in new minerals. For other mines, processing facilities, and Nick touched upon this earlier in the case of rare earths, where 99% are located in Russia and China. But the same paradigm applies across all key materials. In nickel, it's difficult to access Indonesian supply. There are export bans there. And we see the same in cobalt out of the DRC, where it's obviously a difficult jurisdiction. Starting to regret having slides now. My clicking's not working so well. No? Now I'll go too far. Yet despite the importance of this challenge, it's actually a relatively underinvested opportunity. Whilst heavy industry, and in that we include steel, cement, ammonia, contributes about 30% of global emissions, in recent years it's attracted just above 10% of venture dollars. It's relatively underinvested, and that's what creates the opportunity. There is good reason for this though. It's extremely difficult to integrate a new technology which tends to operate in a batch process into a continuous 24/7 mine. Not only is it difficult, but it's also highly risky. The cost of disrupting one of these high throughput operations, even for just a few hours, can far outweigh the perceived incremental upside risk that a company would be taking on a new technology. From the startup angle, again, we touched upon this in the panel earlier, these business models are often very capital intensive, and the absence of first-of-a-kind finance sees many companies struggle to get out of a lab and cross the chasm to be viable solutions. Yet, This paradigm's changing. As again we've touched upon, we're seeing policymakers come to the fore at a meaningful scale. In the United States, the Department of Defense under Title III of the DPA has $1.4 billion allocated for projects that include mineral projects, and in addition has a dedicated fund just for rare earths. The DOE has authority to issue up to $55 billion in loans to build the domestic battery value chain. That's $55 billion. It's an enormous amount of non-dilutive capital that can sit underneath early-stage investors in the capital stack. Looking abroad, we're seeing the DFC and EXIM provide finance to technologies in the emerging world, and we're seeing now legislatures in other countries, the UK, Canada and Australia are shown on this slide, but there are others following suit. None of these funding pools alone would justify investing in the sector, but for the right technology targeting a large opportunity being developed by the right team, it clearly changes the risk-return paradigm for early-stage investors, which are starting to focus on critical minerals as a mainstream area within climate tech. This results in opportunities across the value chain. It spans from early-stage discovery to new ways to characterise known resource to optimise production and minimise waste, to new approaches to drill, blast and extract ore in an operation, to new techniques to recover valuable metal from that ore via concentration, leaching and refining, to new methods for how we transport that ore to get it to end market customers. Technology, and again, Danielle touched upon this just in the circular economy speech, but technology also allows us to change the ways how we look at waste products across the value chain and to see mine tailings, wastewater and end-of-life consumer products as new sources of mining through which we can extract valuable metal. From a Orion perspective, we're investing across that value chain, but I'm going to focus on a few areas, and particularly those where we can find exciting applications for known and relatively de-risked technologies to apply to mining. There's opportunities to apply advanced AI to legacy data sets, plus new data sources from novel sensors. There are opportunities to apply advanced electrochemistry to replace traditional thermochemical approaches in many mining processes, leveraging cheap green electrons that are available from solar and wind. There's also a history of bioleaching in mining, but we're now only really seeing that just scratches the surface of what we can do with synthetic biology. I'm conscious of time, and I might race through a few areas that we're seeing some exciting opportunities. First, ore body understanding, ore body characterisation as it's known in the sector. In other words, how do we understand the nature of the subsurface and utilise that to make new discoveries and optimise the way that an existing mine operates? We're seeing companies focused on capturing new data sources. That could be geospatial data, data from muon rays, data captured in passive seismic. We're seeing companies use advanced AI and apply that data and newer learning techniques to analyse both historic databases and this new data to identify new deposits, such as what Cobalt Metals and VerAI are doing. And we're seeing other companies like Stratum better map that data to an existing mine to allow for more recoveries. We're seeing companies use data to optimise other mining processes, ranging from drilling and blasting to shoveling. We're particularly excited on new ways to process, in the extraction space, I should say, we're seeing technologies across drilling, technologies across haulage and safety, but we're particularly excited about new technologies for crushing rock. It's unknown to many, but crushing rock, when in mining, comminution, takes about 3 to 5% of global electricity. We're seeing new ways from pulse power to physical grinding and microwave technologies emerge. In the processing space, the solutions tend to be more commodity specific. In lithium, and known to many, there's already a wide range of startups developing new membranes, new sorbents and other approaches to recover lithium from both brine and hard rock. Nick touched upon his technology earlier in rare earths, but we're looking for new, both chemical and biological approaches for cleaner, simpler supply of rare earth. We're also particularly excited, and we've got a few Orion portfolio companies in this space, for new approaches to recover copper from chalcopyrite ore, which is about 70% of global copper supply, but is resistant to traditional approaches. And finally, in terms of waste, we're seeing new chemical, electrochemical, biological and physical approaches to recover valuable metal or remine waste products into valuable products. And in summary, and I'm conscious I'm probably well over time, we're more excited by ever by this technology set and the opportunity to apply it in critical minerals. And we think that in doing so, working with others in the room and with firms like Newlab, we can unlock clean, green, locally sourced critical minerals that's necessary to deliver the energy transition. I'll stop there. I think that's it.
Introducing Kevin Webb, Ramon Kike Riancho.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. What a great event. We thought that for today we would just ask questions that we were really interested to know about each other. Both Kike and I are working in nature in different ways. And so without further ado, you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Sure. So it's Ramon Kike Riancho, originally from Puerto Rico. I own several businesses, one of which is Indusa Industrial Supply. So I deal a lot in mining and petrochemicals, refineries, pharmaceuticals, the industrial complex. 2 years ago, I started a company called Resilienture, which basically involves the deployment of nature-based solutions to protect infrastructure on the shores.
Awesome. My name's Kevin Webb. I'm the co-founder of Superorganism. We are a VC firm entirely focused on biodiversity. If it sounds weird, it's because it is. So at Superorganism, we think that there are nature opportunities across the whole economy, the same way that there are with climate change. Our view is we focus in 3 core thematic areas. First is we look at the industries that have historically driven nature loss, and we want to evaluate them through the lens of extinction drivers. Second is we look at the intersection between climate and nature, so technology for nature-based solutions, adaptation, things like that. And then finally, we do a lot of enabling tech. So we're looking at all the things that you would expect a traditional VC to be looking at, AI, remote sensing, genetics, but our lens is, can this allow conservationists to do new things? Can we have their expertise help us evaluate it? And can we get it into their hands sooner? So my big question for you is, your family comes from an industrials background, and now you're working on nature-based solutions. Why?
A lot of people ask me whether I have a philanthropist angle to this, and certainly it's not. I think there's an intersection between infrastructure from the gray side and infrastructure from the blue and green side. What we haven't been able to find is the juxtaposition between them. Best example right now, we're facing a critical climate change event tonight in Florida. If we were able to deploy nature-based solutions to protect our shores and actually monetize them together with the infrastructure we aim to protect, we can create models, financial models, that will actually make them sustainable and grow in the long term. I'll give you another example. So if I come from the angle of water distribution, and I'm working a project in Antigua to deliver water, clean water to the population. From the industrial standpoint, it becomes a water distribution project. From our angle, it becomes a water safety project. If we then deploy a water safety project on a countrywide basis, we can deploy blended finance, so it requires catalytic capital, it requires commercial capital, and ultimately impact investment. And then we can create not just the distribution, but also the measurement, the impact analysis, and create a legacy fund to deploy nature-based solutions to protect the actual plants that generate the water. And that's just one scalable example.
Yeah, I mean, do you have another one? I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you're translating your family's experiences and expertise into this somewhat different sector.
Thank you. So I think that the opportunity of having worked with engineering firms and capital infrastructure deployment for so many years gives us a unique angle in being able to see projects and the opportunities around them. So I'm originally from Puerto Rico. 7 years ago, we got the second most devastating hurricane hit in US history, $90 billion in 24 hours, 3,000 people died. When I see a coral reef, I don't just see my hometown, I don't just see where I sort of learned to swim, I also see a protective barrier that I can use to now protect the hospital. I also see the area where I can use to create more mangroves to protect the airports. The question is, do we ask for charitable contributions or grants to continue to develop these green areas, or we actually deploy capital because we help now monetize the nature-based elements, but also particularly important, to insure the assets? So insurability becomes a critical issue in deploying these nature-based solutions from our end.
One more quick follow-up, yes or no? Would you describe nature as infrastructure?
Oh, nature is definitely infrastructure.
Okay, great.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, that was a softball.
Which, by the way, for U.S. purposes, actually, coral reefs are now designated critical infrastructure for purpose of law, which requires and it gives us the ability to insure them. And we've already insured mangroves and reefs, not only in the Caribbean, but also in Mexico. Now over to your side. Let's talk about venture capital. There are many inventors, many innovators here. How do you see the evolution of venture capital, and particularly having to drive innovation, not just for innovation's sake, but in the longer term around climate sustainability and biodiversity particularly?
Yeah, I mean, this is a thing that we discovered when we were preparing for this, was we both had kind of parallel career trajectories. So my background has been in venture capital for the last 14, almost 15 years. Helped stand up a firm before, worked with a number of companies that have gone public, exited, things like that, and plenty of other outcomes on the way there. And what got really exciting for me was seeing so many businesses that were touching nature in different ways, right? So whether it was agriculture or climate or synthetic biology, there was this union of them, which was that they were taking their platform, their technologies, their expertise, and they were using them in service of this bigger picture, which is, how do we have a planet that's probably going to have more people on it, but also have more capacity for nature? And that through line is one where I think there's a lot of resource that a typical venture capitalist doesn't spend a lot of time in. But I'm here to say, I know there are a number of VCs here. If you don't know conservationists, you should. They're some of the most underused resource out there. They're brilliant, they're passionate, they know people, they know communities, and they know technology. So being able to unite the two of those has been really, really fun.
Fantastic. So in addition to that, what challenges are you now facing when trying to drive the short-term vision of an early-stage investor versus the long-term typical lifespan of nature-based solutions as they apply to our stage?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So to clarify, we're not really investing in nature-based solutions directly, but we are investing in a number of startups that can enable them. So Kike recently met with one of our portfolio companies called Ulysses. Ulysses is developing robots to be able to plant seagrass at kilometer scales. So their goal is to change the unit economics of being able to do this process that currently is manual, expensive, requires divers, and a lot of finesse because you're dealing with different kinds of substrates and oceanic conditions, and the ocean has a tendency to not want things done to it. So that's a good example. They would enable more nature-based solutions. I still think that they could fit inside of a traditional venture backable option. It turns out that seagrass is something that should be abundantly common from the tropics all the way through to the Arctic Circle. So another company is we're working with a startup called Funga. Funga is using intact soil mycorrhizal networks to inoculate new tree seedlings. That's a fancy way of saying basically they reintroduce fungi in order to accelerate tree growth. So when you have healthy biodiverse soils, it turns out that trees are better able to absorb nutrients, better able to fight off pests, and because of that, they do tend to outperform their peers who are not being grown in healthy soils. And this is a company that's enabling that at scale. So yeah, we love this question. We think about it all the time. Okay, back to you. Tell us a little bit more about some of the technologies and some of the projects that you're working on or that you're most excited about or that you wish you could work on.
So I get to geek out on the technology as well.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example just to highlight some of the things that we see, particularly from your side on the innovation that we can actually deploy at a larger scale using the blended finance approach that we deploy. We presented the government of Barbados a holistic approach to protecting their airport. It's coastal based. They had to close it for 4 days when Hurricane Beryl hit. We came up with this idea called the art of the possible around deploying reefs, dikes, dunes, mangroves, you name it, the works. And they said, that's fantastic. It looks awesome. But that's not the problem we have right now. We might have it in the future. We'll call you. But Hurricane Beryl took away 80% of our fisheries capacity. How would you help us? And again, the entrepreneurial spirit, if you approach it from that angle, we started looking at new aquaculture ventures and new aquaculture technology that could help debottleneck the fisheries problem. And we found a company that could actually farm Atlantic snapper, first time ever in history. So then the project becomes, how do we deploy a reef to then deploy pens, to then debottleneck the fisheries, because they import 98% of their fish. Now, when you look at it from the impact side, now we're replacing not just the fisheries, which is climate dependent, which is also seasonal, but now can produce up to 2 million pounds of a fresh snapper, which equates to 2 pounds per household per month, or 10,000 pounds per fishing vessel sold. Now, I can continue to geek out on the tech, right? But to give you another example, we're using neuromorphic quantum computing to actually find new models of insurability that don't yet exist to actually monetize not just the biodiversity, carbon capture, but also the ancillary elements of then having a reef, a mangrove, a duck-dine forest, so that we can then insure all these projects together with a new, let's call it pay-per-use insurance program for the fisheries themselves, so it becomes circular in nature. So again, I can talk about all the innovation for a long time.
Yeah, I have a lot of follow-ups on that, but I don't think we're going to be able to get to that. I will go in a slightly tangential direction, which is some of what you've just spoken about touches on something that's really particularly important in the nature space, which is community impacts, right? So climate, right, we're dealing with CO2e, the atmosphere is effectively a bath. I know that's an overgeneralization, I apologize everyone. But carbon up, carbon down, anywhere in the world, roughly equivalent. Biodiversity is hyperlocal. And part of being hyperlocal means that you need to get into the specifics of the species that you're dealing with and the communities that they are interacting with. How are you thinking about community engagement in your work?
That's a fantastic question, and it's critical. If you go to the Resilienture website, you'll see that the first tag there is survivability at the coast. And if we pretend to provide solutions for survivability, the first thing that comes to mind, it has to be the community. Because the solution we provide has to provide an answer to the people we're trying to save. Otherwise, we're just creating solutions for the sake of creating them. I'll use another example. The government of Suriname came to us and asked us for a whole-of-country analysis of their mangrove and coastal assets. And we said, fine, we can do that. We're going to need like a $400 million grant to be able to do this. But what are your needs from the West Coast, from the East Coast, from Paramaribo to New Nickerie? And they said, well, we have, New Nickerie is referred to historically as the rice bowl of South America. There are many rice farmers there, but most of the farms have been silted or saltwater is seeping. So we said, why don't we approach the community, ask for their needs, and once we understand the actual needs there, let's deploy solutions based on the community needs. So now the project became more than simply mangrove restoration and coastal resilience. We're deploying a solar renewable 40 megawatt facility. And we're deploying a new aquaculture-based hub for the entire community that will use the effluent water to actually feed the mangroves, so that then it becomes a circular economic system. So ultimately, in the end, no matter where we're trying to deploy nature-based solutions, it requires us to analyze what the needs are, regardless of country, regardless of continent, regardless of ocean. We're trying to serve people. So ultimately, the solutions have to respond to that. So on your end, as you're looking to invest in new technologies, now that you're looking towards a further lifespan, what are the challenges and what criteria do you use to measure that technology based on the current evaluation of nature-based solutions?
Yeah, the million-dollar question. So first, I want to step back and just talk a little bit about venture as a tool, right? Venture is a very specific financial engine that is looking for a few things, right? You want to input startups, and you want to output startups with exits. And that's effectively the model, right? You build out a portfolio. Not everything that benefits nature fits into that bucket. So we're big fans of a lot of what is out there. Again, nature-based solutions, conservation finance, a number of other vehicles. What we want to find is the startups that are at that union. Oh, Great. This is the last question. Yeah, so what we want to find is startups that are at that exact union, right? And so our diligence really is looking for startups that do two things. One is have the ability to have a potentially billion-dollar outcome, and the other is be able to deliver ecological impacts near term, but also at scale. So how we do that involves talking with conservationists, it involves primary literature review, it involves thinking about community impacts, and it involves, frankly, getting a read on the founders and seeing if their commitment is really there, because, as you know, startups can change so much over the course of a decade. But yeah, I know we're out of time. Thank you so much for this. This was really fun.
Thank you very much.
And now we have Matt Whittaker and Seth Weiner.
All right, well, that was almost bad, tripping on the way up. Not a good sign, but that's okay.
It can only go uphill from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for the time. This is, again, a fantastic event. Seth, maybe we'll do the same as the previous group, just some real quick introductions and then kick off some questions. So my name is Matt Whittaker. I'm from the Michigan Central team. Michigan Central is an open innovation platform. It's a tech hub and a cultural hub in Detroit, Michigan. If you were here at the beginning of the conversation, Satish described Newlab at Michigan Central. Newlab at Michigan Central is similar to this. It is a space where hundreds of startups are building the future of tech by engaging with a public-private partnership. Michigan Central exists because of an investment by Ford Motor Company in the adjacent train station right next door. And I wish you could close your eyes and you can picture this building, a 1913 built building that's sat empty for decades, and it's been revitalized and restored to its former glory. And right next door is the technology hub that's going to make sure that it sustains itself from now into the future.
Hey guys, I'm Seth Weiner. I'm the Director of Innovation for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Quick show of hands, who in the last 6 months has flown in or out of LaGuardia, JFK, Newark? Great, you've heard of us. We're good. We also at the Port Authority are about a 100-year-old organization, so similar to Matt and the Ford Motor Company making this investment in Michigan. The Port Authority has this terrific history of infrastructure investment in the region, airports, the longest bridge in the world, the tallest building in the world, the busiest bus terminal in the world, et cetera. And what we're really focused on now in Climate Week and being here with all of you is understanding what the next 100 years look like and doing a big pivot away from the built environment and solutions that have given us this legacy infrastructure to high-tech efforts that will make this smart and sustainable going forward. So a major, I'll call it a course correction, but please don't quote me, on sort of how we move people and goods throughout the region away from the way we've been doing it, which I think we can all agree has its problems.
When you think about moving from the past into the future, both very storied organizations, if you will, from the start, within Michigan Central, our goal as that open ecosystem is to engage anyone in that mobility ecosystem, make sure that Detroit becomes a place where mobility futures can be created to be sustainable going forward. But we're focused very much on energy equity, a very expansive view of electrification. So think about it from the standpoint not just of the EV, but again, the grid and all the technology needed to make that successful at scale. We're also focused on multimodal logistics. How do we take that and build it into an environment where you're using the right resilient solution to move something rather than perhaps the incorrect scale or the wrong size to make that same movement? And then finally, as we're talking about here with advanced aerial, how do we find new technologies to move in that entirely new dimension and allow us to be more efficient in ways that we couldn't have only dreamed of in the past?
So very similarly, we have a similar portfolio approach where we're looking at big innovations in the tech space. Sustainability, sort of an overarching goal. We focus really heavily on autonomous vehicles, artificial intelligence, electric flight. Matt, how do you guys work with companies? So folks here can understand also, like, if they're looking for organizations that support them, what types of investments are you guys doing? What types of efforts are you guys doing?
Yeah, so Michigan Central, as a facility like Newlab at Michigan Central, the goal is to bring in startups It's to bring in pilot participants, organizations, investors, and others to bring together and demonstrate in the real world. So whether it's the Transportation Innovation Zone on the ground, where we are able to do real world street work, or whether it's in the air in the Advanced Innovation region that we've developed, we want to bring everyone together to show these things at a real scale where it actually matters. And I think you mentioned as well, from scale really matters to your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And very similarly, we stay in touch, right? These are giant organizations trying to support ultimately what you guys are doing, what all these founders are doing. So we have two big ways that small companies or even medium and large size companies work with us. One is with this group that I run called the Innovation Hub. This is a big dotted line organization across the Port Authority. So a terminal manager at Newark, or an engineer for the George Washington Bridge, or a traffic engineer focused on how we can get cars in and out of our facilities better. Everyone in the agency is in this innovation hub, and we're about 50 plus pilots in. We focus heavily on demonstrable improvements with using autonomous vehicles to get people around a parking lot to a terminal. Recently we did some really fun drone work last year. We're going to try to copy that this year. But generally that's how we've been trying to work with cutting edge companies like you guys and the folks in the hall. I'll also shout out quickly to Transit Tech Lab. This is an organization run through a group called the Partnership for New York, which is a nonprofit. Again, I just want to echo this sentiment that these large legacy institutions, we're starting to get it. We're starting to sort of turn in this direction, and hopefully together, both private sector and sort of this public sector, quasi-public sector effort will hopefully shape a society in the right direction.
I think the way you frame that is really powerful. So when we think about these public-private partnerships, sometimes it's a matter of the bigger organizations, the Michigan Centrals, the Port Authority being able to provide the infrastructure, the baseline for the startups to come in and be able to succeed. So a startup likely wouldn't be able to necessarily install drone launch and landing facilities or have all the infrastructure necessary around radar, around ADSB if you're in the field to detect where existing planes are or other things that may become conflicting in the environment. And so we believe that by putting these pieces in place and allowing startups and others to come and join us in that work, they can do so much more quickly, much more efficiently, and we can then wrap that around and move them from the current state of the world, which is it's a really fantastic tech that's not ready in some cases yet for adoption because we don't yet have all the pieces in place.
Yeah, and I think the new products, right, a new designed product is going to come from you guys. It's going to come from the folks in the hallway. But I think when it comes to societally onboarding that product and really bringing it to scale, you can even just look at our organizations. You could say that it was Henry Ford who pioneered this new horseless carriage, right? But it was certainly the federal highway system and these billions and billions of dollars of investment that changed the way society views the personal automobile. So we want to be in partnership with people who are developing great products to try to bring these things about. One pilot I'll share with you from last year, and then we only have a few more minutes. One pilot I'll share with you from last year was drone cargo delivery. This seemed like an interesting way to highlight some elements of sustainability, to get some trucks off the road. And so we did a pilot. We were inspired also by our friends out in Michigan, where we flew the first cargo flight from New Jersey straight to Brooklyn. We didn't want to go with pizza or bagels. We thought that'd be too political for the region. So instead we went with Girl Scout cookies. It was, my daughter was selling Girl Scout cookies, so we snagged a box. And it was historic in the sense that we got NYPD and air traffic control and a chase boat and everything else to kind of coordinate around this. And then we immediately issued a solicitation to find a partner. We're working with Skyports on drone cargo development. And we're now right at the moment where we're trying to isolate an anchor customer and look at many hundreds of flights per week and try to think about where are the areas this makes sense. How can this fit in with the existing transportation network? How can it serve a public good? And how can it achieve those sustainability goals?
Maybe just dive into the public good comment, because I think that's something that really is important to us as well. Was there anything more you wanted to share in terms of the way you look at that?
I think we're all here because you want to serve the public good in some way or another. And I think we're probably all, to a degree, I can't read minds, but I think, sure, to a degree, we're all a little bit disillusioned with the nature of where the market economy has gotten us in 2024, right? I think we can probably each individually point to some market failure or another that you've heard about from folks on this stage. So I think that's where we have to identify the target, right? We have to say, we want you to get to work faster and cheaper and with less stress, right? Or we want your goods to show up at your door, but without the carbon footprint they currently have. And so we think that there's certainly private sector elements of this puzzle that'll fit over the scaffold of going after some public good, but that's why I work where I work.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic to hear, and we think this is very important as well. So with the Michigan Central perspective, one of the things that really matters is making sure that we're not solving one problem and creating another. So you look at Michigan Central, it is a train station at its core, or at least it used to be. Today, that train track still kind of bifurcates and separates the community. And in any case, when you have different mobility solutions, you have to understand how they impact one, and maybe benefit one and impact another. So we've been commissioning studies from a university perspective with MIT to look at what can we do to make sure that we're truly solving these problems in an equitable way? But I mean, the real opportunity here, whether it's infrastructure inspection, whether it's movement of goods, and like Girl Scout cookies or otherwise, first response, the massive opportunity that comes with this, it can't be ignored. And I mean, in many cases, you're eliminating a 4,000-pound helicopter to replace it with a 55-pound drone. And the opportunities that you can do there become immense in terms of the climate impact. And so we want to make sure we do all these things, still recognizing they will have an impact on the community around them. And so we engage the community very closely in that conversation.
Yeah, I'll leave you with this as my last comment. I think the average car occupancy in America is like 1.2 people. And so if you can raise the average car occupancy to like 2 or 3, you can immediately take back half the road for cycling, for jogging, for really whatever you want. And so one of my real passion projects with the Port Authority is trying to leverage autonomous vehicle systems to develop new forms of mass transit, right? That ultimately we want to get away from where we've been making our money. We make about $1.5 billion in profit a year on the bridges and tunnels, which we use to rebuild and really move the region. But there's an opportunity to set a new course for the next 100 years, and public institutions are starting to get this. And hopefully, we'll see the seeds of that together with what you guys are doing and together with what we're doing.
I think the thing I would add at the end is simply when we think about vehicles, every vehicle has its place in some capacity or another. There's a reason for a 12-foot wide lane when it comes to certain movement of goods. Other things will do better in the air, but we also have to do it in a scalable way such that we can fly beyond visual line of sight, such that operators can fly more than one drone in an autonomous sense, so that we can do this and really provide economic value for the community around us.
Thanks for listening.
Our next speakers are Garnett Winter and Gabby Derbyshire.
All right, hello. My name is Garrett Winter. I'm the Chief Venture Officer at Newlab. So what that means is that I wake up every day thinking about all the companies across Newlab, not just in our buildings, but across our ecosystems. How do we help them grow and scale? And also, how do we get them money, both directly from Newlab and from our partners? And how do we help them grow and scale? So it means a lot of things, but happy to talk to other folks, but help lead our investment team and also digging into the current dynamics of what exists across these ecosystems we operate. Maybe before we start, one thing we like to do here in Newlab is there's probably somebody next to you that you don't know. I'm not going to ask you to have a full conversation, but maybe just turn and make eye contact with somebody you don't know. A little like a visual eye handshake. All right, don't need to go too deep into it, but one thing I ask is when you pass next to each other in the hallways outside and you get that awkward glance like, oh yeah, we did look at each other. Stop, say hello, introduce yourself, dig into a conversation, find something interesting about what each other is building. So just one request to keep kind of what's going on here in Newlab perpetuating as we go forward. Maybe one other note, just to call out the thing you just saw. I know there's a lot of we're flying drones and this kind of stuff. We have a large Newlab in Michigan Central. We're bringing companies into these pieces of infrastructure, the Transportation Innovation Zone, the Advanced Area Mobility Innovation Region. We had about 10 investments in Detroit in the last year. Those are our fastest growing investments. Just like point blank, it's because they have that infrastructure, they have those programs, they're seeing these outcomes that we're not seeing anywhere else in the world. So I just call out what you heard is massively impactful from a city and place-based standpoint, but actually there's a way to participate at a pretty significant level to see growth happening from an investment standpoint. So that's me in a nutshell. Maybe hand quickly to Gabby as we're going to dig in a little about early stage investment, especially in the climate space.
Thank you, Garrett. Hi, I'm Gabby Derbyshire. I'm a general partner at an early stage fund called Dangerous Ventures, which invests in climate resilience companies. My background, I started off as a nerdy scientist. I built an electric car when I was 16. I was an environmental lawyer, worked on nuclear power and land contamination cases, and I ended up as an entrepreneur. Many roady twists and turns of operating companies led me to going full circle back to my climate roots and starting a venture fund a few years ago.
So, I mean, I'll guarantee this conversation is going to wind in places that we don't know where it's going. Even just spending 10 minutes with Gabby a few minutes ago, we got into some deep spaces. Maybe, can you just talk a little about what you're hearing and what you're seeing here in Climate Week so far, especially from a venture standpoint? I mean, there's a lot of standard conversations, things like, what are you hearing pretty consistently? And then also, like, what just feels like obvious things, like standard things we're hearing over and over again?
Well, that's going straight into the deep end of the pool. The standard things are there's not enough money going into climate. We need to spend more money on it. I'm hearing a lot that where the money isn't moving to the right places because people are still cynical and they still think that it takes too long and it's too risky. And when people have money to deploy, they always want to go somewhere where they're going to get a quicker return and a bigger return and make it with less risk. And so you really need the right kinds of investors, and that's both from the institutional level, investing in funds who then invest in founders, and from the funds into the founders. It's just it requires patience and it requires commitment because it's harder. It's just harder than some other forms of investments.
So that's a summation of Climate Week VC events. So you don't have to, the full week you just summed up in a nice 2 minutes for us. Thank you. What are some of the other conversations? I know we were just talking about like what's not being said. Like what are we seeing behind closed doors? What are we seeing in the market? Like what's making our world a little bit harder, or what are you seeing that way?
Well, I think the reason why it's harder is we've had an interesting few years. So there was all the money piling in 2021. People were raising money at high valuations. Everybody was really happy about it. And then obviously the stock market fell and people who were LPs and investors suddenly were upside down. Their allocations to venture were too big, right? The stock market was too bad. And as a result, they stopped deploying. And that trickles all the way down through the funds, and the funds are the people who fund the founders. And then you have the next issue coming along, which is that you've got a lot of political upheaval and instability, and you've got an election looming, and you've got uncertainty around interest rates, and you've got the end of ZERP, and then you've got a whole bunch of founders who raised money at high valuations in 20 and 21, which have not grown into their valuations, and are now having to do down rounds. And all this means is that LPs are looking at venture funds with returns that are not as spectacular as they were led to believe they would be, who are having to take quite a lot of hits on their balance sheet, and I think it makes people really nervous, and then they freeze up, and they say, we're just not going to deploy into venture anymore, or for now.
For now, yeah. Yeah, hopefully for now.
For now.
And I mean, it's interesting because that shows up in ways in how we interact with entrepreneurs, or how VCs, like, I mean, we've talked to dozens, hundreds of entrepreneurs. We're like, oh, it's so hard to fundraise. One, it's always hard to fundraise. But two, like, it's showing up in a dynamic in terms of how fundraising is happening. Maybe, like, I know there's a lot of founders in the room. There's people that are aspiring founders. Like, what are some of the things you are seeing and hearing? What are the common mistakes that these climate founders are coming with? And then, like, they're either missing the mark, or you're seeing it over and over again. You're like, okay, please just, like, stop that.
Okay, well, this is not true of just climate founders. I think it's true of all founders. But maybe for climate, it's just got a little bit of an extra multiple on it because of the particular circumstances of climate businesses generally. And that is that it always, this is so obvious. I feel like I'm teaching a grandmother to suck eggs here. This is ridiculous. It always takes longer, far longer, twice as long, 3 times as long as you think it's going to raise money. It's always going to take longer to find your first customer and persuade them that your business and your product is fantastic. And it's going to take you much longer to get to your first 100 customers, your first $1 million in revenue, whatever it is that your goalpost is. And if you compound those things together, it means that most people don't raise enough at the right time, and then find themselves scrabbling and in this constant mode of, I haven't got enough money and I need to keep fundraising. And that is so debilitating for a founder, and it is not what you should be spending your time focusing on. And one of the things that people have always told you is raise as little as you need to get to the next stage so that you don't dilute yourself too much by having too low a valuation. And the problem then is you're looking for a high valuation, you then don't lean into or grow into your valuation, and 2 years later you have to take a down round. And one of the issues is I think that founders can see VCs as being somewhat predatory, and they think, oh, they're trying to get as much out of me as they can for the least amount of money, and they forget that actually VCs are really their friends. They believe in the company enough, they want to see you succeed. They wouldn't have invested in this risky proposition if they didn't believe in you. And so the notion of trying to right-size your valuation so that you have time to prove out what you're doing and you're not constantly in fundraising mode is probably the most critical support and feedback you can give a founder, and it's the one they constantly seem to don't believe. They don't believe it will happen to them.
Well, and it compounds too. Like I would say, especially in the world of climate, where it's a majority engineering, science, harder technologies,
all
deeper
the risks
technologies,
are there, which makes it take longer. Yes.
And like you can't Google how to build a direct air carbon capture laboratory, right? Like you have to inventor, you have to figure it out. You got to go do these things, and even getting stuck in I don't know, the typical Silicon Valley advice, you're like, actually, that's not the advice that's right for me in trying to build this climate company.
Well, it's actually the case, I really believe, that Northern California, Silicon Valley B2B SaaS business is quite different, right? You can grow software extremely rapidly, you can grow consumer stuff extremely rapidly, but you're also spending billions of dollars to compete in a winner-takes-all environment. If you're Airbnb versus Lyft, you're spending all this money to try and wipe the other one out of the competition. That doesn't really happen in the same way in climate, because you need a little bit of everything everywhere all at once, and so many different solutions are specific to geography and place and climate that something that works in Nevada will not work in the Pacific Northwest. And so you might have a larger number of smaller companies, and it's not a winner takes all. And that's actually what's amazing about working in climate, because it's much more collaborative. I'd much rather see 100 companies of a smaller size employ people locally and make a dent in the carbon issue than to have one company win and all the others fail.
I mean, I'd love to dig into that path, because that's why Newlab exists. Like, we're a place-based organization. We drop into Brooklyn, Detroit, a few other spots around the country and the world, and we look at what are the resources that are available, that are latent, or things that can be activated to apply into new industries to grow. So even the conversation you just heard with Matt and Seth around this unique testing and piloting infrastructure, if that exists, you actually have to raise a lot less money. You have to have you potentially don't have to hire the same people on your team. You can apply those resources in different ways. And we've been talking a lot about New Mexico. Do you want to talk a little bit more like how you guys have approached New Mexico and why kind of that unique place of what's happening down in New Mexico?
Sure. So when we started our fund, we started with a national strategy, but one of my partners happens to live in the state of New Mexico, and so we got to know the ecosystem there. There's two of the national labs are there. Sandia, Los Alamos is a fantastic technical school, UNM, and we ended up getting backing from the state of New Mexico, which happens to have the third largest sovereign wealth fund in the country. And it's very committed to the green transition, since all of their state revenues have heretofore come from oil and gas. So the perfect fertile ground, if you like, for trying to build a climate ecosystem. And so we're the first climate fund that they've backed in the state at the early stage. So we're sort of charged with helping to build the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and that has to start with people believing that there are the ripe conditions for success. And if you think about all the other cities that have become magnets for technology, whether it's Austin, Boulder, Denver, now Miami, it's all because everybody wants to be where other people are. And that's the sort of joy of the Newlab community, is people want to be with other smart people where they can get support, help, and thoughts. The great thing about New Mexico is it's got all of these amazing natural resources, lots of space, lots of sun, lots of minerals, all that stuff, lots of land. It's also got these incredibly brilliant technical laboratories, but these are perhaps scientists who are not so experienced in the commercialization. But if you put them together and you've got people who've got ideas and the scientists who've got the expertise, and you start to build an ecosystem, I think you can build an ecosystem that will rival any of the others in the country.
I mean, and we had a similar thing when we decided to expand to Detroit. It was our first expansion outside of Brooklyn.
To come to New Mexico next.
I'll take a phone call. And when we announced Detroit, we got a lot of people like, Detroit? Excuse me, like what's happening there? Like, it doesn't register on the national startup ecosystem map. What companies are actually there? And we kind of did our projections. We set them fairly conservatively. We opened about a year and a half ago. We were blowing every metric out of the water in terms of amount of, we have 110 companies in the building. They've raised hundreds of millions of dollars, and everybody's like, oh, Detroit. And now it's, and I think New Mexico is the same, where it's like, there's as long as you combine the pieces the right way, it unlocks a type of growth that people don't expect.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. The cost of living is so ridiculously high that people who want to have a good lifestyle and like be in the mountains or in the land of enchantment and be able to go hiking on the weekend and not live in a tiny apartment in deepest Brooklyn, right, are dying. And the pandemic has shown that you can work remotely and you can do things in a different way. People are dying to have a quality of life and still do good, right? So we want everything in life, after Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we want enjoyment, we want fun, and we want purpose. So for profit for purpose is a really great way of describing climate investing for me. It's like we want to change the world, but we also don't believe in our fund that the world will change unless there is a profit incentive. People just don't do things unless there is something in it for them. And that's either a consumer deciding to buy a more expensive product because it's better for the environment. They're going to look for the tax breaks. They're going to look for the feeling of goodness or altruism, whatever else it might be. There has to be something in it for you to actually behave in that way. And I think that people want to be able to do good work in climate in a way that's a great lifestyle for their families. So I think these other non-major municipal centers are going to really be thriving in the years to come.
And that's the nature of climate industrials. Like your industrial customer isn't in San Francisco. It's in the mountains of New Mexico or the fields of Nebraska. Like that's where industry is happening, or the Midwest. And I think the one thing that we ask ourselves is like, there's about fostering community, and that's all great, and we love our communities. But like we also ask the question of, what would get a founder who lives on the other side of the world to get on a 14-hour plane ride to go to Detroit or New Mexico and say, I have a 1% better chance of winning? That's worth it for me. Like, what do you think that is in New Mexico? Like, what do you think, like, people are like, oh, you're going to come here and you're going to win because you have this?
I actually had this exact conversation with one of my founders last night, who is a professor in Edinburgh University and is thinking about bringing his company to start it up in New Mexico because the conditions are perfect there. He happens to work in the biochar space. There happens to have been 850,000 square acres of burnt forest from the fires last year. He has a model for a circular system that can use the waste products of every part of the process as the inputs for the next part of the process. And for him, it's the most exciting thing he's ever dreamed of. And he's dreamed of many, many things in his life. So I actually think that for the right people, opportunity not only presents itself, but you make it. Like you find the place that's got the best conditions for you to fulfill your dream or your vision. And the other thing about sort of place-based stuff is that many of these states are really interested in bringing entrepreneurship to where they are, and they're starting to put together really good tax breaks and incentives and all that sort of thing. And as you said, industrial companies are not in San Francisco and New York City. And in the same way, if you think about 10, 15 years ago when the consumer internet was taking off and everyone's doing mobile and all the rest of it, there was a role called a digital strategist. Right? Companies had to have a digital strategist to tell them what their strategy should be in doing things online 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And then suddenly that role went away because everything was digital. It started becoming this rather than this. Yeah. I actually believe every company is going to be a climate company in 20 years' time.
There you go. Write it down. Well, I know we're out of time. Maybe like I love the summation of that point of like almost, especially in the early climate world that we sit in, is like investing and actually handing a check over is one small part of it. But we're activating all these regulatory networks, pathways in order to actually bring together a comprehensive investment and a support network that actually helps them not need as much money or move faster in a way that I think people don't always associate with venture capital. So with that, I appreciate your time. Maybe remember that person you awkwardly looked at the beginning of the talk. Don't forget about them. And if you guys have questions about how we invest, happy to meet you outside and discuss more. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Our next speakers are Todd Kozine and Jade Garrett.
Good afternoon. Nice to see some old friends and some new friends. Right on. Happy Climate Week. We are going to have a conversation about underrepresented founders, and we're really excited about it. My name is Todd José. I'm the founder and CEO of Second Muse. We are an innovation and a company who is building resilient economies around the world, predominantly in climate and in well-being economy space. We have been working with climate tech entrepreneurs for about 16 years now. We've had the opportunity to support thousands of businesses, about 150 in the state of New York over the last, little less than a decade or so. And we've had a really good opportunity to learn about, obviously, what founders are more likely to do well and what founders are more likely to succeed. But would love to share some of the stuff that we've learned. And I'm super excited about sharing the stage with my dear friend and colleague, Jade Garrett.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jade Garrett. I am the executive director of NWX, which is an accelerator program for Black founders in the built environment in the Pacific Northwest. And I have the privilege to have met Todd from Second Muse, and we've been talking about how we can learn from each other because we have, I would say, different approaches, but really very similar intent and trajectory. So I'm excited.
Yeah, that's right. So a couple of years ago, the EPA put out a report specifically focused on social vulnerability, and there were some really frightening sort of numbers that sort of came out of there, as we've spoken about on a couple of occasions. And so we know that Black and African Americans are 40% more likely to live in areas that are going to experience the highest rate of deaths as a result of severe climate. And this is based on a projection of 2-degree increase. We know that Native Americans and Alaska Natives are 48% more likely to live in areas that are going to experience the most severe inundation as a result of sea rise. We know that low-income individuals and those without a high school diploma are 25% more likely to live in an area that is going to experience the most severe job reduction. And when we think about what is the relationship between this and being a climate founder, one of the things that we've seen over and over again is that the best founders are going to be ones that have an intuitive and lived experience of the problem itself. So they understand all the nuances of the challenge and the problem they're trying to solve, but also that they're highly motivated to solve it. And when I think about, what is the historic history of human civilization, a reason that motivates us to do things like protection of our family and protection of our community ranks pretty high at the top.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the approach that you had here in Brooklyn, in New York itself, is actually what we're trying to do together in Portland. And one of the issues is that you wouldn't go to a different country that you didn't speak the language of without an interpreter. So we're taking the same approach of doing that in Portland, where we at NWX, we're still supporting our first cohort that started over a year and a half ago, because we wanted to learn from them. We wanted to understand really what it is they're going through, their lived experience. But you're talking about statistics, right? But they're talking about how, they're sharing back with us how it really hits them, how it hits their bank account, how it affects them from getting jobs, and all those types of things. So, but I mean, even Indigenous as well, those are some of the things we're looking at exploring as well together. So.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've always admired so much is the sort of focus and the rigor that you put into understanding the actual experience of the entrepreneurs instead of giving some cookie-cutter solution to something. I mean, entrepreneurship is a beast. It's really, really super hard. Hardware is even harder. We know that. We know that because you need extraordinary technical expertise, not just to develop your technology, but to integrate it in what is oftentimes super complicated tech stacks. And so your technological prowess, as it were, actually is essential for not just the development of your product, but actually your sales. Oftentimes, these are highly regulated environments that are really risk intolerant, which makes it even difficult. And money might not bring happiness, but it solves a lot of problems when you're a climate tech entrepreneur. And we know that the capital landscape is pretty biased against underrepresented communities.
Absolutely. We could even talk numbers, but Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, 1 to 1.5% of venture capital in 2022 went to Black and Latino founders. We know that less than 2% went to women founders, and we know that 0.1% went to Black and Latina women founders. And so there's but there's things that there are things that you can do to reduce the burden of capital. You're going to still need capital, and that's a problem that clearly needs solving. But there's things that you can do from a support standpoint and a technical assistance standpoint to be able to sort of make the complexity and difficulty of taking a climate tech businesses to market a little bit easier, right?
Absolutely. And, talking about our programs, we were sharing kind of, like what's the alignment, what's the trajectory, but also like where do we stay in our lanes, right? Your lane is definitely, like for venture, like kind of scoped organizations, right? For example, NWX, we're learning from our founders where there's other avenues where maybe venture isn't the right fit or calibration. But we still want places for them to go and be able to, move forward. But especially with hardware, in Portland right now, we don't have an innovation space. We don't have a safe space for entrepreneurs to go and, build things and, like kind of tinker, whereas like what you've done with Newlab, you've kind of like taken all these little maker spaces in New York and kind of combine them together into an ecosystem, not where you're like squashing them. You're actually providing like the roadway, like in between, all these different places. So I'm excited to do that in Portland.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about this idea of kind of like different organizations working together. I mean, I think organizations, if we would have come, I can't remember when Newlab actually opened up. It was 2016, is that right? Somebody can correct me if that's wrong, but. If you would have come here a decade ago or 12 years ago, it was a bit of a desert, right? I mean, like there was a stranded real estate assets. There wasn't a huge amount of activity going on. There weren't a huge number of hardware entrepreneurs. When I know that we first started working with the city and with the state, but it was a bunch of organizations. I mean, like that were it wasn't. There was a comment in the previous panel about how climate tech is more collaborative, and it's almost like it's more collaborative because we have to be more collaborative, but it also sends a signal that you can go from not a lot to a vibrant, robust, thriving, creative economy in a pretty short period of time. I mean, 12 years is a blink of an eye, kind of economically. And to think that there was a bunch of organizations, I mean, you see what Urban Future Labs is doing with NYU. You're seeing what our friends at Elemental Accelerator are doing with Finance New Orleans. You're seeing what Newlab has been able to sort of accomplish to go from strength to strength. There's so many organizations that are ultimately working really, really closely together to create it, and it kind of gives a signal of, oh wow, you could actually move from not a lot to a ton in a reasonably short period of time, especially because we're talking about a $100 trillion economic transition over the course of the next 25 years.
Absolutely. Yep. So could you tell me more, like NWX takes a grassroots approach, but, can you tell me more about how Second Muse has like hyper-focused on, underserved, but also like I would say non-traditional founders. And I mean, what I've seen so far has been incredible, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what fundamentally I feel like the thesis that we have is actually not even a moral thesis. Fundamentally, it's actually an economic thesis. Innovation. I think we see innovation literally as the intersect. I mean, innovation is literally the intersection of difference. It's when two different ways of seeing the world or seeing an opportunity come together that you create an entirely new approach to being able to do something extraordinary. And part of how we think, a big part of how we think, is influenced by how we grew up and where we grew up. You and I have talked about our sort of experience growing up, and it's so different. And it's like, oh wow! So if I can actually align the way I see the world and the way I think about the world with the way you see the world and the way you experience the world, then we might be able to come up with something, a solution that ultimately would make us more competitive in the market. In a way that we never would have been able to come up with alone, and that's a fundamentally economic argument. I mean, that's a way to de-risk our stock portfolios by diversification. We're terrified about the loss of biodiversity because diversity equals strength. So it makes absolute sense that we would want to actually increase diversity at every level in our economic activity because that's where we're going to get the most creative ideas.
Yeah, and so I wanted to pick your brain, right? Because, we're still with our first cohort. Our first cohort, we took them to RE+. we wanted to bring them to this one conference, after they fabricated something that was a proof of concept, so that they would be able to convey that their idea had merit, so that they could get a contract or like a customer or investment. But as we were walking here, right, we saw Frank from, I forget what venture, but he had an actual demonstration of the plants he was growing. He's like, here are my beets, you know what I mean? But I mean, how did he, I would say, like a founder like him, be able to like access Second Muse, because that's, I would say, one of the big struggles that I would say diversity, like underserved founders actually, understand that this is an opportunity, or it's a real opportunity.
Yeah.
Not like a puppet show.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's Frank from Renewable. Definitely check him out. He's got cool technology. A really interesting circularity technology that going into development of agricultural products. So I mean, in this case, we had the great privilege of being funded by NYSERDA and having an opportunity to work with our partners at NextCore to provide a lot of this programming. The city and the state has continuously been a pretty strong advocate. I mean, there's the New York Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act that has been able to sort of direct 40% of resources towards underprivileged communities, but has also given some pretty aggressive climate goals for the city and the state. Achieving net zero electricity by 2040 and decoupling with fossil fuels. And so I think that there's a really big role for government to play to be able to say, hey, we're setting a target over here. And I think that when we go back to the things about, we're setting a targets to be able to do it in other places, things will happen. And I'm wondering if you might be able to say a couple things about what your aspirations are for the work that you have already done and what you intend to do in Oregon. I know that we've had conversations about that.
Yeah, well, so we're definitely looking at launching our second cohort, but still really actually finding like, what does success mean for our founders, right? Because we haven't been able to dial that in quite yet, because there's just, I would say, a different ecosystem in the Pacific Northwest than there is, I would say, for VC investment versus like, like nonprofit, like whatever route they're taking. So we're looking at like on a pre-accelerator level, kind of like doing some type of understanding of like, this is a financial kind of like path you need to take, because if you want to have your business, right, where you want to run it for the rest of your life, do not take VC investment, right? Whereas, I would say entrepreneurship has been over glamorized, where they think it's one thing where like people are just throwing you money. No, it's not. You have golden handcuffs that you have obligations, fiduciary responsibilities, like, and these founders, right, they're still trying to figure out, like, how do I not work, like 2 jobs and then also like try to, like start my own business, do my startup and stuff. So, kind of understanding, okay, what financial kind of models might actually kind of be a better pathway, so. But have you done that with Second Muse?
Yeah, I think it's been, certainly blended capital sort of stacks are definitely a reality in climate, in particular in climate, even more so than in other spaces. We actually just hosted an event on this stage on Monday where we had a showcase for a lot of our earlier stage entrepreneurs, a program called Venture for Climate, and they, while they were able to raise, a little over 80 million in venture capital, they were actually raised a little over 40 million in non-dilutive capital, and so that non-dilutive capital ends up playing an essential role in the capital stack. Also, can add to the complexity of building climate tech businesses, but it definitely ends up being an integral part of the development of effective business.
And one thing that ties us was the American Made program, right? NWX, they won the Epic Prize round 2, whereas you're still competing in Epic round 3, right? How do you feel that the type of funding that the American Made program offers, which is, no strings attached, no deliverables, it's almost like a straight up cash award. How is that allowing you and Second Muse to like be able to actually put the money towards the founders, towards finding them, towards, like recruiting them or fostering them?
Yeah, well, real quick, since we just got the signal, I think one of the values of non-dilutive capital is there's actually extraordinary technical rigor that goes through being able to get them, and so that actually helps on the diligence side. But I'm wondering to turn it around for you to offer some last words before we head out. If you were to offer advice to others in the room that are interested in supporting underrepresented founders or marginalized entrepreneurs, but are currently might not or might be doing enough, I'm wondering if you could offer a few words of wisdom in terms of what things that they might be able to do.
Ooh, words of wisdom. I would say try to understand their lived experience, but also, we talked about how your greatest strength can also be your greatest weakness. But also look at how, let's say, the fact that they come from non-traditional backgrounds that you don't have any insight into, probably sometimes. But look at how that can be leveraged, but also amplified to actually make real change happen, because it's not going to happen with just one group of people. It's not going to happen with one, solution. So look at how you could actually change the angle of instead of maybe they're different, actually look at it as oh, you've got an advantage, because every founder that I've worked with at UX or an underserved founder in general, they can take the world down. I mean, So
you're amazing, Jade. Thank you so much for sharing the stage.
Todd, thank you so much. It's been amazing.
Next to the stage, we have Aura Queller and Carl Wolf.
All right. How's everybody doing? Good? Okay. Let's get started. We only have 15 minutes, so this is going to be like a speed round of conversation between myself and my esteemed friend, former colleague, still a great friend that we were texting about this talk a few days ago. So yeah, the cat's out of the bag. I used to work at LanzaTech, and Aura and I worked together and scaling hard climate technologies for a while. So with that, let's get started. So Aura. First, I have to give a few words. So Aura joined LanzaTech from 25 plus years at Shell. She was the person at Shell that kind of any major big problem, she would essentially be tasked with tackling it. She managed huge capital projects. She was head of clean energy transition, and really just made things happen for Shell. And then it was a nice launch pad into LanzaTech a few years ago, where she's now the president. With that, I want to give you a second to connect some. Oh, she's also a super mom, also just an awesome friend and colleague. But I'll give you a second to connect some dots and also give a quick intro of LanzaTech, because that's important as well.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And what Carl has not said is that I had the honor to take on his shoes, as he was one of the absolutely entrepreneurs that has taken LanzaTech to where it is today. I would say one of the unicorn startups that has been in a long road, recycling carbon with biology. So taking gases, CO, CO2, from stacks, from steel mills, refineries, from biomass, agricultural waste, and through the power of biology, making ethanol, low carbon fuel that can be used in products that we use every day. So LanzaTech works with company like Coty, who makes the Gucci perfume, in which we can take literally gases from steel mill in China, and today you can buy it as a perfume, Gucci perfume. So I did have the honor to follow Carl, and I'm now working on continuing the growth of the company.
And we at LanzaTech had quite a ride and still going, right? So this title, Scaling Climate Technology, is very important. And it's spot on. I feel like we've had this conversation so many times over the years. Okay, so we were talking about three kind of key things, if we just really boil it down, when we're talking about scaling climate technologies. That the technology has to be there, it has to work, it has to fix a problem, right? And and it has to scale. We talked about financing. We talked about partnerships, creative partnerships that kind of probably blend with financing. Aura, do you want to give us a little bit more on some of that? Maybe we start with the technology and what we're doing.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think that as you're scaling technology, there's so many elements that you need to think about in project development, financing, and whatnot. But I think it's essential to always stay true to the core. The technology has to work. And that means not just in the lab, that means not just in the pilot or the demo, but it's as you work commercially. And I think that circle of making sure that technology continues to work, continues to innovate is essential. I think that is one of the elements that has really empowered LanzaTech, is to continue to have at the lab scale, being able to continue hone and improve while being able to continue to have field demo pilots while we obviously continue to improve our commercial offerings. So the technology has to work.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, and LanzaTech has been able to continue to build that technology moat around it, around the core, going upstream to the gases, downstream to the products that LanzaTech makes. I mean, what's the patent count these days? Up to 1,000 plus? I mean,
1,500 plus.
I mean, and so that's, the other thing, really have to have a strong technology moat, because the reality too is, as you develop and scale these technologies, other people are going to try to do it as well. Right? Okay, so LanzaTech over the years, as a private company, raised about a little over $500 million. Did a lot of different creative things, some joint ventures, licensed a lot of technology, strategic partnerships. In the later years, we got really creative and innovative on some of our financing. You want to give us a little overview of what you did and are kind of, teeing off with our friends over at Brookfield?
Absolutely. So, really founded in previous success, I would say, including from Carol, one of the things that LanzaTech has been able to do is to create a trust relationship with investors. And I think the prime example for us is Brookfield. LanzaTech was able to demonstrate to Brookfield that the technology works. And within that, we were able to gain support of $500 million, which is public information, to fund commercial capital work. And that is the primary role that when I joined the company I took on. What I would say, and I think this ties up to the next element that we talked about, as you think about different financing opportunities, being able to really foster that relationship that builds on credibility on who you are, how you do it, who you're partnering with. Because often all technologies require an ecosystem of perhaps other technologies or other partners for you to be successful. Being able to create that trust with the investor, it's something that I've certainly been able to hone in, learn, improve. And I think it's something that it was not as clear to me, quite frankly, when I joined the company. It is not just having the right pitch. It is not just having, that the demo started. It's how do you really nurture that investor relationship that allows that really great financing that we have.
And create incentivize and create a structure that everyone is incentivized for success, right? The way we were able to structure things with Brookfield, where they actually invested in the company, right? They put in $50 million into the company and then set up this fund to go out and develop and execute projects together. I mean, it was creative, it was innovative. It was the first time that they stepped out of their comfort zone of doing traditional infrastructure. They were doing wind and solar and stuff, but they weren't doing carbon recycling, right? So it was pretty amazing, what we were able to put together, and that's just an example of the types of things and what it takes to get to that next level as a climate tech company, right?
And maybe adding to that in the sense of the investors and the relationships, I think every investment company has a different appetite for risk and a different appetite for what they are looking for. And it is, I think, essential to go beyond the headlines to really understand, in our case with Brookfield, what is it that moves in the needle for them to continue to provide capital. So it's not just about presenting yourself, it's really about also understanding the other party, what makes them, for you to be a good fit to them. And to me, that comes back to, quite frankly, that trust, that open conversation, your credibility of following through.
No, that's absolutely right. I mean, and the other thing that I think about as you scale, these technologies that are just hard to do, right? I mean, you have to check so many boxes on the technology front, the engineering, the scale up. There's market risks, there's partnerships, there's regulatory issues when you start really going into other countries. You have to be scrappy, you have to be creative, and I feel like LanzaTech is that example of, I can think back in the early 2010s where the U.S. markets were very difficult. It was like the clean tech bust, and we went to China and we got 2 demonstration plants built. We did some joint ventures. They were capitalized. We were able to scale up there, get the data that we needed for commercial plants, and looking at it 10 years later, like surprise, surprise, we have 4. You have. I'm look at me. I'm talking like I still work there. I work at Newlab, by the way. You have 4 commercial operating plants there, and I think soon to be a 5th, right? So it's pretty amazing.
Maybe an analogy that I use with my team at the moment is I like climbing mountains, and there's several routes to the summit. And what we often talk about is, we just made it, let's say, to base camp 1 or 2. And we need to always have a roadmap on how we go to the next step, right, to the next summit where we might need to camp out the next night. But what we also realize is for us, in order to grow and to scale, is we not all also need to be on the same road at the same time. Very clear next destination where we are, but sometimes we divide and think about, this team is going to go in the route of investing and moving forward opportunities in India. This team is working with the US government. This team is working with investors. I think the idea of being able to create a roadmap as you scale, recognizing that just having one route might not work, is really important to do it as conscious strategy. And recognizing that even as you go in the path that you may choose, and whatever team you're up, choosing that next road to the base camp, recognizing that there are obstacles that will be on the way. So having a clear understanding of what those are at the beginning, whether it's equipment that you need, whether it's land that you need, or permitting, and thinking ahead of how is it that you're going to overcome those obstacles, including who are going to be your partners that know that topic, that can enable you to go faster. Absolutely. I think that is one of the key pieces of creating credibility with the investors and allowing you to have a speed to keep climbing up the mountain.
Absolutely. And so this gets to our kind of if we have the 3-legged stool, this is like the third one. We were talking about partnerships. And this is so critical. I mean, especially as you're scaling and deploying technologies overseas and perhaps regions, areas that you're not used to operating. I mean, LanzaTech leveraged partners. And you can do it in different ways. And again, you have to be creative. Folks that would come into our, Series C or D round were kind of our channel partners to get into a certain market in Asia. When we worked with Mitsui in Japan, for example. Those are the types of things that you absolutely need when you're trying to, raise a lot of capital, prove out technology, and deploy it at scale.
Yeah, I have a personal saying, honestly, the more you give, often life the more you get back. And I think building those partnerships in a way that is truly a win-win and embracing that new partnership or existing partnership, so nurturing that partnership in a way of figuring out how can you add value to them, right? How can you add value to maybe that investor that needs a portfolio and you fit of their profile, or how do you add value to that consultant or to that other company that is actually looking for your business as well. I think is essential because what you're doing by that is building trust so that you are mutually helping each other. And when you are needing to go to that specific roadblock that will take your project to the next stage or will get you the next phase of funding, you are able to make a call, send an email, and be able to get the letter of support, the phone call that you need to go forward. So indeed, partnerships is at the heart, people is at the heart of everything we do.
Absolutely. So, all right, so now we're going to go into, let's talk about the team and people, because we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I think we can both agree that people are just so critical. And I don't know that it's talked about enough, but like your team, when you do this, is just so important. And it can like make or, I mean, I don't know that it can make or break a company, right? I mean, it's absolutely the number one. And it's like hitting me because I'm hanging out at Newlab, and this is my week 4, and I just love the team.
Yeah. So when in the theme of scaling up technologies, scaling up means growth, right? You're moving to the next stage. And the word that comes to my mind that is really important for the leadership and the team is to be humble and recognize what you're good at and what you're not. Recognize when you hit the next step and you need to rely on a different team member. Or you need to be able to, if you're very good at something, use that muscle to contribute faster in that space. So it is not, to me, just the team composition, it's the roles that we all play, and recognizing that, when you are just in the infant station and, coming out, it is okay for a group of people to do it all. But as you're growing fast and speed, it is really essential for you to be able to step back and say, is that really my core? As a leader, I have a very clear goal, and my team knows this. I need every person that I bring on to be better than me at something. Like, that's a job qualification. And I think being able to play to people's strengths and recognizing that you as a leader can only bring so much. Perhaps what you bring is that amazing chemistry of bringing people together. Yeah. And that's okay. But recognizing that it does take a village, a full community to pull it off is great.
Absolutely. It is quite the journey. And it definitely takes a village of a great team, partners, creativity, and I think it's all about the people that kind of make that stuff happen. So yeah, please finish up. Last words, because I just got the hand wave.
I said it's not just a great journey, it's a journey that has meaning, that has purpose, and it requires a tremendous amount of resilience. Yes. Because there is a lot more tough days than good days. But if you're connected and you believe in what you are doing, it is absolutely worth living.
Yeah, I say, like, we would always be like positive, solution-oriented, right? And those are the things that if you're gonna go down this journey as an entrepreneur, doing a startup in this space, like, it's real. Like, you have to be resilient. So
I'll take 10 seconds more to say, listen, one of the pieces that I have learned the most is how to take on the baton. And it is such an honor to have taken the baton from you, Carl, and be able to help LancerTech go to the next station. It's a pleasure to see you here in Newlab.
Well, there's nobody better to have passed it to than you, Aura. So thank you for joining us today. Thanks for coming to Brooklyn, and it's been a pleasure.
Welcoming to the stage, Sean Abrahamson.
All right, this is probably the right moment to leave. Does this click? Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is not supposed to be anywhere near the most popular topic, but we got to do it anyway. We're going to talk about exits, i.e. sending money back to investors like me and my investors. So we'll go through a little bit why it's important to talk about that right now. We'll talk about how you get to exits. And we'll share a little bit about what we think is going to happen over the next few years, just because that's fun. We don't actually know. So there's some lag. Okay. All right. I should probably just get off the stage. So this is the connection between exits and climate impact, right? You have to go through a couple of sequences, which is we need a lot of private capital. Private capital, if it seems like there are no strings, it's a donation, and there's not nearly enough money to be donated to do what we need to do. So if we're going to get the kind of impact that we want, we've got to close the loop on getting money back to investors. And then some percentage of that is going to come back to us. It's a little bit about us. We've been doing this for a little over 10 years. I've been an angel investor for about 20 years. That just makes me a sucker for punishment. That doesn't mean anything other than that, probably. And you may recognize a couple of the names, some of the folks outside. We worked with UrbanX for a while. So a lot of the really janky prototypes at some point are linked to some of these logos. But a bunch of these companies are real. There's a bunch of $100 million plus companies. Revenue, don't care about valuation. It doesn't mean anything anymore. So why are we talking about this? Sorry, a little bit weird. So this is the other circular economy. It's how cash moves through the capital markets. I don't have a lot of religious beliefs, but this is something that I believe in. And it's currently the best thing that we have to get to climate impact. Policy is important. There are a lot of things that are important. Ultimately, people choosing to make certain purchase decisions from new companies that we're building so that we can reinvest the cash and get that cash back to investors, we really need to understand and acknowledge that this is a central thing that we have to get right. And this is sort of the sad reality. We meet founders at the beginning of the journey. No one wants to believe that you're in the orange, weird zombie land of like, we have no idea what your company is doing, but it's probably going to fail. Obviously, everyone wants to be on the IPO track. It's just not how this works. And it's not, frankly, how investors underwrite. That's not what they expect. And we in climate actually have to at least match this or do better. Right? We're up against AI, we're up against healthcare, we're up against, and we are competing for money. This is the other problem. I probably don't have to explain this much. If you're a founder, you know this is true. Very low attention span. So let's talk about pathways. So, sorry, we'll get this right eventually. It used to be that the unicorn definition was $1 billion valuation. That's someone or an investment committee's judgment that this is what it's worth today. And then you get to do press release, everyone's very happy, there's a club. I haven't been to the club. I heard there's a club of unicorns. It's much smaller, incidentally, today. And the reason that it's much smaller is we changed the definition. We now include revenue. Right? And there's a very good reason for that. A bunch of people on stage have talked about it. It's really tough to get other types of capital if you don't have revenue. Right? You're not getting loans. Good luck trying to do project finance. Right? So this is a good thing. It's a bit painful. And this is sort of how we think about and what we think happens with private capital, startups, and impact. There's a direct correlation, and you can go and look at any publicly traded company and their emissions report. There is a link between every dollar of revenue and impact, at least in greenhouse gas emissions. A little bit harder to draw this for like adaptation and resilience, but this exists, right? More revenue, more impact. Valuations don't matter. Oh, clicking. The other fun thing about revenue is you get to unlock all the other capital. And that's important because as a founder, you only want so much dilution. There's a point at which it really sucks to get to the end and find that you own 1% of your own company. Right? And that happens a lot in climate because folks don't plan up front and they use the wrong capital, very often equity. And one easy way to solve that is have revenue. So, sorry, I'm having a little clicker issue. All right. So I referenced the point that climate competes with other sectors. We do, right? Like, there are a few of us who invest in climate relatively. There's lots of generalist investors, and they have choices. Right now, their choice is AI. It will be something else next year. So it's worth thinking a little bit about how we currently stack up. This is from SVB, and roughly what it says is, when people stop announcing fundraising rounds, you can be sure it's shitty news, right? No good up rounds are skipping a chance to tell everyone about it. And if you're not sharing the data about your round with PitchBook or Carta, it's bad news. And this is not a pretty picture, right? This is just climate tech, and it means that there are a lot of insider rounds. If they're insider rounds, there's a very good chance that you're in a death spiral for the company, obviously, right? This is really not good news. The interesting thing about that is it's really just not climate. What tends to happen is we'll talk about SPACs, and we'll talk about a bunch of delistings in climate. And the reality is more that it has nothing to do with climate. SPACs were just not the right way for people to go public, right? This is, again, not a pretty picture, but this has nothing to do with climate. Very often when founders or funds like us are out raising money, we get asked, oh, but didn't you see that so-and-so company is down 95% and this other bird, that was popular at one point and was going to electrify and reinvent walking and cities, like they got delisted. Well, guess what? Cannabis is a lot worse, but so are other things. So I'm like, there we go. I'll figure this out eventually, probably at the end. One of the interesting things about climate that I think people don't appreciate is when I say climate, I'm willing to bet that pretty much everyone here has a first company that pops into their mind that's not the same as the person sitting next to them. That's actually really good. It's quite diversified. So it means that you can simultaneously have stuff that people hate. If you're in transportation, I'm sorry. Apparently not very popular right now, or last year. If you are doing anything in carbon, awesome. Well, I think it was awesome before the summer. But just to make the point that very, very diverse response, and actually the level of funding into climate outperformed the rest of VC. And then I think the last maybe interesting thing in terms of just how to think about climate is we do have something different going on with CVCs, right? Like CVCs have always been active, but I think the default behavior, at least the Silicon Valley version of VC, was these are the sort of people you go to, it's your safety school in fundraising. Like these are not the top tier folks. I would say that's probably flipping. It certainly is in our portfolio. Strategics are much more important. And one of the other reasons that they're important is there's a very good chance if you have a strategic on your cap table, you're going to exit to a strategic. So quick possible futures, and I'll make it fast. It's definitely the case that a lot of mitigation is slowing down. That is not good. As you get off sort of high growth, a lot of the growth stage investors lose interest. But mitigation suddenly became interesting. It's hard not to notice when your largest housing cost becomes your insurance and not your tax. So you can elect and unelect people over this stuff. That's good because it gets VC's attentions. Bad news if you're trying to get to exit through M&A, it's much harder. There are a lot of deals that get abandoned, especially if they're big companies acquiring leaders in a category, which is ideally what you would like to build. I think probably the most hopeful thing is for folks that remember the dot-com and the 10 years that followed, the companies that weren't quite big tech became the major acquirers. So I think maybe the most hopeful thing is that we will have some exits. There's a very good chance that that becomes the exit pathway for all the folks that come after that. And Just going to go quickly through exit strategies. I mentioned CVCs. PE is sort of interesting for folks who've talked with them. We shouldn't call it PE anymore. We should just call it private capital. It's mostly credit and other stuff anyway. And for people doing project finance, these are probably the folks you want to work with. And then just interestingly, if you look at private markets, the folks that are sort of likely to go public are in waste management and recycling, which is kind of interesting. It's definitely not a popular VC category. But just to re-emphasize that climate is pretty diversified. A lot of the stuff that's actually going to work may surprise us because it's not currently popular. It's unlikely to be popular. But yeah, we've got some folks on ready to go and IPO. I'm sorry, I will wrestle with this. I'll share this as a cheat sheet. But just some do's and don'ts. I think probably the main thing is don't worry about whether your category is currently hot. The likelihood of there being any correlation between today and likelihood of exit is almost zero. So thanks, everyone. Sorry, I struggled.
Introducing our next panel, Andrew Kimball, Lindsay Green, Claire Newman, and our moderator, Liz Kleen.
All right. Hi, everyone. I was going to start with intros, but I guess just to set the stage a little bit about the conversation we're going to have today. I've been in and out of this room, and there's sort of a recurring theme around place-based innovation that keeps coming up, and that's largely because Newlab's model is deeply rooted in the idea of place-based innovation and using public-private partnerships as a mechanism to align local leverage that can help startups commercialize faster. We built that model here at the Navy Yard, largely inspired by a vision that this man set forth many years ago. So we're going to talk a lot about what New York is doing as a city to drive place-based innovation at scale, specifically in the context of climate and capturing green economy growth. So I'm going to let the panelists quickly introduce themselves, and then we'll kind of zoom out and talk about some context-setting questions, and then we're going to go deep on what each of these panelists is doing individually.
Great. Good morning. It's great to be here. Always fun to be back at the Navy Yard.
You don't know what time of day it is.
It's been a long day. Well, yeah. Well, since you raised that, I will say this is for those of you who are around government. This is a highly unusual day, but I would say, and I can't speak for my colleagues, but I suspect they would say the same. It has been very much business as usual, and that means getting really good stuff done for New Yorkers. So my day included a review of plans for what will be the largest mass timber building on the North Shore of Staten Island, reviewing proposals for the Climate Innovation Hub that we're going to build and could have some themes from what I learned here at the Navy Yard at the Brooklyn Army Terminal. It included a review of our incoming founder fellows, diverse entrepreneurs that are going to do extraordinary work in bringing more equity to the tech and climate tech and life sciences ecosystem in New York City. So I am Andrew Kimball. I'm President and CEO of EDC, and I'm really delighted to be here.
Thank you, Andrew. Just a regular Thursday with some, footnotes. I am the President and CEO here at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Lindsay Green.
Hi, everybody. I'm Claire Newman, and I'm the president and CEO of the Trust for Governors Island. And it sounds like my day replicated Andrew's, because I started with a review of the largest commercial mass timber building that will be built on Governors Island at the offices of SOM. So all climate all the time.
Amazing. Okay, so let's start with the Navy Yard since we're here, and it was sort of something that you nurtured and grew for a very long time. So talk a little bit about, if you don't mind, at the highest level, your philosophy about place-based innovation and how that was, formed or evolved during your time leading the Navy Yard, and then how potentially you're applying some of those learnings to what we'll talk about mostly today, which is the Harbor Climate Collaborative.
Awesome. I would say a few things about the Navy Yard. One is just the amazing consistency of strong executive leadership and board leadership, from the leader before I arrived to the leader after I arrived to now Lindsay to Claire being here at one point as COO, an incredible series of really visionary leaders, having a very big canvas to paint on. Really willing to take risks, because in the economic development space, you want to create as much competition as possible, and then you've got to take a leap of faith. And frankly, this building and what Newlab is doing here was a big leap of faith. There were a couple board members who came from more of a banking background who almost tossed me out of the room when I first talked about this idea. But fortunately, I had enough credibility at that point that they let us dig in. And, it's also being willing to work with your tenants as they evolve their project. So, the day one vision for what the tenancies would be at Newlab aren't exactly what has evolved. It was more of a university-based partnership concept, and now you walk the hallways and you see the incredible innovation here, and just the energy in this place is awesome. So that's number one. Number two, I would say, New York City really turned its back on its waterfront in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and early 90s. We lost 750,000 manufacturing jobs. In the 90s, that began to change under Bloomberg, with refocusing on bringing green space and housing to the waterfront, but not really a jobs vision, with one exception, the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And that has become a model in so many ways for what we are doing with the mayor's vision for the harbor of the future and blue highways, getting goods off of the tens of thousands of trucks that come from New Jersey across the Verrazzano and the GW and foul our streets, kill our economy. We are going to move those goods by water in the future, and you may have seen recently the initiative we're undertaking at the Brooklyn Marine Terminal. We're going to create a new, modern, all-electric port focused on blue highway initiatives, and we actually just won on Friday a $163 million grant from the federal government, a true endorsement of that vision. Those are some of the things I learned.
Very cool. Okay, one more level setting question, and then I'd love everyone to sort of speak individually about what they're doing. Talk about the Harbor Climate Collaborative, and maybe even zooming out one more rung. Talk a little bit about the Climate Action Plan, if you don't mind, the Green Economy Plan, at the highest level to set context, and then zoom into Harbor Climate Collaborative and the role that plays against the plan. And then we can talk about the individual roles of each specific site in that vision.
Great. You want me to start?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay. Quickly, lots of cities now have had plans to battle climate change. New York City, that started with Plan NYC under Bloomberg. There was an update under de Blasio. There was an update under Adams. Really good pieces of public policy. But no city that we can track has had something like the Green Economy Action Plan that actually focuses on the economic development opportunities, the billions and billions of dollars that can be leveraged by embracing the green economy of the future, the opportunities around equity for entrepreneurship, the opportunities around workforce development. And so the Green Economy Action Plan, I really encourage you to look at it. It's pretty dense, but it is amazing and identifies 20 some odd sectors, 60 plus initiatives, one of which is the Harbor Climate Collaborative, one of which is the Blue Highways, one of which is the Harbor of the Future. But on the Harbor Climate Collaborative, what it says is you have this really unique synergy between the Brooklyn Army Terminal and the Climate Innovation Hub we're going to build there, the Climate Exchange that Claire has been visionary putting together on Governor's Island, and the amazing work that Lindsay is doing here with a master plan to double the size of the Navy Yard. And you have 3 campuses, 600 acres, 10 million square feet of space, the sites that were pivotal in really saving the world from our last existential crisis, World War I and World War II, and can be instrumental in saving us from today's existential crisis, which is climate change, through piloting, through collaboration, through just being in constant communication about what our tenants are doing, or our collaborators, our university partners. How can they benefit, not just on the one site they're on, but on all the sites. All of them, by the way, happen to be connected by NYC Ferry that we run. So that's a quick overview.
Love that. So this to me is what New York is doing better than anyone else in the world, and that is leveraging natural assets and physical infrastructure as platforms for workforce development, for piloting. So Lindsay, maybe talk a little bit about what you're doing on those 2 fronts at the Navy Yard.
So picking up on some of the things that Andrew said, the Navy Yard has been able to benefit from being first to get some of that early investment in the 2000s, and it took a long time just to get it back to where it could function. This building, I think when I toured as a young banker, and this building didn't have a roof. You could vaguely see that, it was the ghost of what it could be, but you could have, run a stampede of elephants through it and they wouldn't have broken anything. And so to come from that to this is a heck of a lot of money and a heck of a lot of sweat equity, because it's, like the jambalaya of financing. There's like 5 different types of federal money in it, and city money, and somebody's foundation, and somebody else's individually wealthy person who cares. You need that all the time to do the work that we do. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind, that we do have to be we have to hustle for the resources and put them together. And we did that with the intention that, yes, you need to have the businesses and you really need to build the ecosystem, but it has to be for the benefit of New Yorkers, and all the companies that are here. If they aren't able to hire people, then they won't really be able to grow and be successful. And, founders will move here, and, they may get a particular chemical engineer from someplace, but you need your everyday workforce once you start to grow to come from where you are. And so we have to invest locally to make sure the talent here is able to keep up with those jobs. And so we've always had an on-site employment center that connects people from, first and foremost, the immediate neighborhood, and particularly the public housing projects that are around us, and then other neighborhoods in Brooklyn and just the city. And we keep a relationship with the businesses to know what it is they need and translate that into a job seeker who may not understand whatever it is that business is doing. And that has evolved to saying everyone making something uses a computer numerically controlled fill-in-the-blank machine. Now we train people on CNC operation and programming. And then we said, we're doing something for adults, but we need to be able to influence the next generation of people the first time they go through the education system, not sort of fixing what they didn't get later. And so we created the Brooklyn STEAM Center, which is a next generation technical high school. And it's got 5 pathways. It's got culinary, which is, sort of traditional. It's got IT, and they do everything from cybersecurity to full stack development, to networking, and then there's a design and engineering pathway, there's a media pathway, and there's a construction pathway. And all of those are evolving all the time because they have business advisory councils, many of whom are tenants here, that are telling them this is the future of your industry. Learn this machine, but also learn this software. And now if you're in construction, you need to learn about laminated timber, but you still need to know how to use a saw and all these different things.
Amazing. And can you talk a little bit about Yard Labs?
Sure. So one of the things that we've done here at the Navy Yard for quite some time is pilot, which is to say, because it's a former government, particularly a military campus, it has a gated perimeter, so it's a safe space to try things out that may not always work well, right? Like if you have a robot that is learning how to walk, you don't want to dump that in the middle of Union Square. That's not that I feel bad for the robot mostly in that scenario. But this is a place for you to test devices and technology. Our sort of most famous pilot is that City Bike had their first docking stations here where they learned how it worked. Did it plug into the power grid the right way? You know, do the bikes work on the potholes and all those sorts of things? We have plenty of potholes here at the Navy Yard. We maintain our own roads, and so because we have all this infrastructure, streets, buildings dating from 1800s to the last 7 years, you can just test a variety of things as a physical space. We formalized that and then partnered with Governor's Island and EDC and other places to say you can pilot at all of these places. And so we share lessons learned. We help sort of refer pilots to different campuses so that they get the best experience they need. Governor's Island usually can more easily allow water-based testing than we can because we have working maritime folks. Like you can't just drop a robot in the water next to the functioning dry dock. Like that wouldn't necessarily be the best experience either. So we collaborate so that we get the best benefit for the companies.
Amazing. Claire, can you talk a little bit about the vision for Governor's Island and climate exchange?
Yeah, thanks so much. I think most fundamentally, and piggybacking a little bit on Andrew's answer about centers of innovation, there really is no replication and there's no substitute for being together in a cross-sector collaborative model. And hopefully folks who are here today experience that even now that we live in a more digital Zoom world. When we're talking about problems that are as thorny as the climate crisis, bringing together the right sectors together is a way to help speed innovation. So for us, our fundamental ideas and how we can have Governor's Island help this broader fight is, number one, to really create a cross-sector center of gravity. And a huge part of that I think does make it unique is that that's all happening in a place that is a public space. We get about 1 million visitors to the year to Governor's Island. We have an extraordinary, already resilient sort of campus environment, a thriving arts program that mostly focuses on issues of climate, great tenants like Billion Oyster Project and the Harbor School, which is a public high school focused on careers on the water. And out of that public space, we're able to grow this Center for Climate Solutions. So a couple of years ago, we ran a big international competition. The city offered $150 million to help support the winning project. And last April, we announced the winning team, the New York Climate Exchange. It's led by Stony Brook University, one of New York's arms up in the air. I like that. Flagship universities. It includes Duke University, Oxford, NYU, Pratt, Pace, but it also includes private sector partners like IBM, BCG, and nonprofit partners like Goals, workforce development organizations, environmental justice organizations. Together, they're going to build a campus that's focused on education, research. It'll have dorms and faculty housing and global convening. But that's not all we're doing on the island to make this sector work. We have the Harbor School, as we mentioned. We're building our first green and blue business hub with a team known as Buttermilk Labs, and all sorts of things going to make this cross-disciplinary sector. And then the other part of what we're working on, which is obviously the part of the piloting projects we're doing together, is the living labs on Governor's Island. So each year we run a challenge that has 2 pathways. At any time, a business who's looking for a place to try out their new technology, take it out of the lab and into the real world, can do that on Governor's Island. Like Lindsay said, it's a safe space to experiment. It's also one that I think at all 3 of our campuses has a fast track possibility, because as opposed to trying to try something in a New York City street, which has a lot of approvals to ensure safety, for our 3 campuses, it's kind of just us. And there's a little bit of work that needs to be done, but you don't need to wait 2 years on an alphabet soup of different agencies saying yes. And then also each year, in addition to the open call, we do a themed challenge. So this past year, we did it based on water. This year, we're about to launch it in the next couple of weeks, and we'll have a new theme that comes with grant support, where we'll actually select businesses to pilot on Governor's Island and to engage the public in education around those pilots.
So, and you alluded to this a little bit, but as we think about piloting as a motion, the ability to test technology in the real world and generate data to de-risk technology development, decision-making, whatever it is so powerful. The other thing that we see as far as barriers that startups face is demand. So the city is a very interesting demand partner in and of itself, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit about the challenge-based procurement work that's being done, but also industry is such a critical actor in all of this, to your point about cross-sector. So other than IBM and BCG you mentioned specifically, in this sort of collaborative concept, what is the role of, the city's investing $725 million to catalyze this network. What is the role of industry, and are there structural ways for them to engage in the programmatic work being done?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's room for everybody to play, from large-scale corporations like LG to the small AI startup that's focused on measuring water usage. The second example I just gave is a great example of where this is a small company that's been piloting at BAT, has done some stuff on Governor's Island, is now connected to the DOE, is testing their product in a couple of schools, met the mayor when we had our announcement about the Green Economy Action Plan. So it's really an all-of-government strategy now, and I think there's been a real breakthrough here from a procurement point of view with the city's Office of Procurement basically saying we can create these opportunities such that these smaller companies in particular do not have to go through endless procurement processes just to be able to pilot something. And it really goes to the nimbleness of the sites that we control, that we can get these things started early on and then introduce them to government agencies to help them grow over time. You guys should chime in.
If I would add, I think in terms of how how private companies can engage, and especially I think the extended network, when you think about people who are funders and capital providers, I think the companies sharing your information about a little bit about how your device or thing works, when we're asking those questions as administering the pilot, A, it's usually to facilitate the pilot, but B, it's part of what we are doing as members of the city family to educate our colleagues about what new technologies look like, so they are more open to allowing them in the broader city environment. There's a very deep learning curve. Many of us have been in and out of the private sector, but a lot of people who work at other city agencies, they are career public servants, and so they don't have exposure to the same degree of innovation that we're talking about. And so, if your job is to keep people safe or to educate children or do something else, your natural perspective is going to be risk averse, and so they're not going to use your IP to do anything. It is us asking for the purposes of education. So I think that's point one. And point two is use your access to other people of power to relay the same message that we are about. You have to be open to new technologies in order for us to allow them safely in our built environment and in sacred places like our schools. We need to learn about them. Why we do the pilots is that we can all get smarter and the companies can build a better device. But people get tired of us knocking on the fire department's door saying we have to figure this battery fire thing out. The fire department's like, yes, but they don't burn consistently, or all these things. And how am I supposed to know when somebody's going to figure out a sodium battery? I just need it to behave a certain way. And we need other voices of power who have a different level of influence speaking to senior government officials who talk about the importance of innovation in achieving the goals. I'll add that.
One thing we've talked a lot about together is how can the whole be greater than the sum of its parts, and we have these three entities that are working together on the piloting. So one is, as Andrew was just illuminating, the idea that different pilots can go from site to site. So we have a company called Vicarb that's piloted on Governor's Island. I don't know if that's what you were referencing, Andrew, who did something at a sort of a scale of taking carbon dioxide, doing carbon capture at a scale of pounds. Now they're opening something at the Navy Yard in the scale of tons. And then It's Electric is a company that's launched, I think actually was incubated here, launched at BAD, and now is on Governor's Island at a larger scale. So there's a lot of great stories like that. But we're also in November going to be hosting our first event showcasing some of these pilot projects where we're inviting in investors, agency commissioners, and frankly just buyers who can look at a set of technology that they know have been tested, have been vetted, that they can go and see in situ in a real world environment and ask themselves, is this something that I want to get behind? And having a collection of entities do that together just makes it, I think, a lot more appealing for people to be able to come and see a showcase like there is here today.
Yeah, no, go please.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on a couple of complementary programs because you can do all the piloting in the world, but if these companies don't have access to dollars, it's very hard for them to scale and to be able to bridge those valleys in between procurements. And so I mentioned at the beginning the Founder Fellows program. We're really proud of this. There are over 300 participants, 75% of them BIPOC. These are entrepreneurs that apply to the program. They get help with technical assistance, with real estate, with financing over a year-long sort of assignment. And then when they step out, we help them find space, whether it's here or at BAT or Governor's Island or elsewhere in the city. And many of them actually come to us with the pilots that we've been talking about. Plus, we connect them through our venture access program with the extraordinary venture capital community in New York City. So we have over 100 VCs that have now signed on to not only diversify their staff, but focus on funds that have a diverse target in terms of entrepreneurs in the innovation space, and that group is only growing, so there's a real interest. And it's an interest not just because they want to do good from a social impact point of view, but because study shows if you're investing in diverse leadership, you're going to get higher returns. I mean, they are fully bought in on that. And then I'd say the third thing that we're excited about in this space is our Catalyst Fund, where we've taken $40 million and we're investing it with 10 to 15 different funds with 3 criteria. Are you focusing on New York? Are you focusing on diverse entrepreneurship? And are you focusing on our innovation sector? So life sciences, tech, or green economy, all to help plow money into this startup space, particularly at a time when it's been harder to get bank financing.
And those are all early stage vehicles for the most part?
Yeah.
Is there any contemplation to play in different asset classes or at later stages of growth as well?
Yeah, through the Catalyst Fund, they are reaching businesses that are at more growth stage. And I think part of the vision for the Climate Innovation Hub, which will be about 100,000 square feet at the Brooklyn Army Terminal, and we're putting $100 million behind and have some just amazing coalitions of groups that we've just gotten applications on, but it is both incubation and acceleration, so both startup and growth stage, with wraparound workforce development services connected to it. So we're really excited. Like this, you could double the size of the Navy Yard today. You could build out the other 500,000 square feet at the Brooklyn Army Terminal. You could add 1 million square feet at Bush. You could build out the Climate Exchange, and I'm quite sure we still would not have enough space for the demand for small innovation companies in this city. I mean, 1 in 8 companies in New York City started in the last 12 months. That's an extraordinary stat. The vast majority of those have fewer than 10 employees. That is the heart of our economy.
That's amazing. So we've talked a lot about the power of the collaborative. Within that, though, just in terms of potentially founders in the room, are there, when you think about Governor's Island, specific natural environments, built environment, whatever it is, that you think from a differentiation standpoint or the unique conditions that exist there, any specific technologies you're looking for? Question 1. And then part 2 of that question is, in addition to being a platform for others to pilot on, how are we thinking about these as platforms to advance the city's own climate goals? So I guess 2-part question is, from a call to action standpoint, who should be thinking about Governor's Island as a place to deploy? And then are you actually thinking about Governor's Island as an adopter and sort of owner of technology to advance your own targets?
Yeah, thanks. We, I think Lindsay highlighted the main thing, which is we have 172 acres on Governor's Island. Of that, about 120 is green open space with a fabulous park. There's 2.2 miles of waterfront. We have 1.5 million square feet of space under roof in historic buildings on the northern part of the island. So a huge part of our, we think, a value add is the ability to do testing in the water and to deal with, as we all know, one of the real threats that the city is facing, which is not just sea level rise, but also cloud burst and other type of water management issues. That's why we focused our first open call on that particular area. And it was interesting to see just the diversity of responses we got. We have a kelp farm going in off the shore of Governor's Island. We have a point of source gray water recycling technology that has great results and data so far. We have on-land wetland facilities that look to clean the East River. So that is certainly a point of strength for us in terms of what we can offer the innovation community. And then the other, which I think these folks probably share, is adaptive reuse opportunities. In some respects, new construction is easy, quote unquote. Nothing is easy, but you can do it right from the beginning. You can think about materials in a different way. And EDC's obviously done huge, extraordinary work through the Mass Timber Studio on this topic area. You can make sure it's all electric from the beginning. Taking old homes and office buildings and getting them up to today's standard is a more complicated problem. And that's obviously a huge focus of Local Law 97 and a bunch of other areas where we think there's rich opportunities. And part of what, sometimes having vacant buildings is not a great thing. In this case, there's some advantage to that because we do have buildings where we're like, give it a try. The risk is so low. We don't have residents we're disrupting or people whose day-to-day lives could be problematized by something that didn't work out the way we hoped.
Well, we are trying to decarbonize over people's heads, so we do have that problem. I mean, the buildings here date from the 1800s, and so we have started to do the work to understand what decarbonizing those looks like, and there's not, we're just at the point where like our public housing authority, big kudos to them, they were really the leaders on challenge-based procurement, and they're doing that with heat pumps, but a heat pump works in an apartment, a heat pump does not work in this room, which is and this is meant for an event, right? It's not where somebody's making something. And so we are trying to pilot that on a couple of our smaller buildings and take lessons from that and move it to the bigger buildings. And that's an opportunity for people. We happen to also have a power plant here at the Navy Yard that is both one of our energy providers and one of our tenants, and we're talking with them about what is the future of how you produce energy. Tell me about your pathway to hydrogen or something like that. Even if it's going to take a long time, let's talk about those milestones and let's talk about how to meet them together. And so those things are all very important, and you have to just constantly push. It can make people tired, and you learn to constructively fight. But that's part of what is getting the work done, and it's really important.
Yeah, I'll just highlight a couple other larger scale projects. I know the focus is mostly on startup growth stage companies, but they benefit from some of these larger projects moving forward. And so if you haven't seen, next time you're on the BQE, look over at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, or you're flying into New York City, look down on it, literally millions of eyeballs every day on what is a 75-acre offshore wind port that is fully financed and in full-blown construction. There will be a staging area for the component parts, which will then float 15 to 30 miles offshore, go in 150 feet of water with turbines that are the length of a football field, with cables that connect them back into the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, into a substation that are going to power 500,000 homes. That's just the beginning of our offshore wind work, but there are enormous opportunities for MWBE contractors, for supply chain opportunities into that industry. We have real estate on the west shore of Staten Island, industrial dystopia there, scores of acres of land that is just screaming out for a manufacturing plant around offshore wind. We recently announced the largest EV charging facility in the city, and probably one of the largest in the country near to JFK. We helped finance the largest solar project also at JFK. Up at Hunts Point, we're financing a new food produce facility building that'll take 1,000 trucks off of fossil fuel generators. Literally, these trucks have been idling on fossil fuels all day long for a generation, and you wonder why we have asthma problems in the South Bronx. So these are larger scale projects that will have a positive ripple effect on moving forward the whole green economy action plan and positively benefit a lot of these smaller companies along the way.
Amazing. Sorry, I'm out of time, I realize, but thank you so much and congratulations on this incredible initiative.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carl Obradovich.
Hi, everyone. Carl Bradovich. I'm a partner at Deloitte. I lead our national credits and incentives practice, and I'm also our co-leader for our tax sustainability practice. As we all know, there's been significant investments in sustainability. In fact, our own CXO report recently showed that 85% of CXOs have indicated that they have increased their investments in sustainability. At the same time, there's been significant legislation in the IRA, CHIPS Act, and other state and local incentives that are available for companies that are making investments in sustainability. And we typically look at credits and incentives really falling into 4 catalysts. One is research and development. As you circle these halls here, any engineering and design that's going into developing a new product can be eligible for incentives related to research and development. Those could be federal tax credits, those could be state and local tax credits, and for small startups, there could even be refundable credits that are available. So immediate cash back, which can be very significant, especially for organizations that are just starting out. There's also sustainability is the other catalyst. And of course, there's a lot that's going on there. I'll talk a little bit more about that. I'll go into some of the IRA credits that are available. There's also investments or incentives related to expansion. So you think about your real estate and your CapEx. So if you're expanding into a new location, if you're developing new real estate, there could be incentives there. And then finally, employment-related activities to the hiring and the training of employees, or even just relocating. I mentioned sustainability in the IRA. Obviously, that's top of mind for a lot of companies right now. Those incentives fall in 4 main buckets. The first is renewable energy. So think about investments into, like investment tax credits, into the assets that are actually generating and producing the clean electricity. There's also production tax credits related to actually generating that clean electricity. There's transportation, so think about electric vehicles or charging station infrastructure. There's also advanced manufacturing. This could be clean energy components, the manufacturing of clean energy components such as solar, wind, battery, other energy storage as well. And then finally, the 4th main bucket under the IRA is what we'll call molecules. So think about carbon capture sequestration or hydrogen production as potential areas under that bucket. I'll give you a real practical example to kind of fit those 4 catalysts and how it could actually benefit even startup companies. So think about if a company that's developing a sustainability-related product. There's engineering and design going into that product initially. And that could be for the employees, that could be related to third parties that are assisting with some of that design and engineering. It could be related to testing. It could also be for the supplies, right? If there's some prototypes or pilot models that are being developed. All those activities can relate to an R&D credit or other types of incentives. But it's not just the design that goes involved. If it's a sustainability product, there could be an advanced manufacturing credit that's available. Again, it could be a solar or another type of clean energy component. So there could be IRA credits that are also available. But then you need a place to start to produce it or to manufacture it. And that's where the expansion credits come in for the development of that real estate or expanding your existing business. And then you're going to need to hire, right? Hire and training your employees or relocating employees. There are credits and incentives that are available. There's grants that are available from local governments. There's state and local negotiated incentives, location strategies that come into play here. And there's also a lot of opportunities, not just at the early stages and the startup stages, but also as you're scaling. So starting with that design and the engineering, the prototyping, but then scaling, there's going to be significant incentives that are available. The important thing is to identify a process to be able to claim these incentives, because some of these incentives have to be claimed in the year in which the activity is taking place, or you're not eligible for that incentive, or you're not eligible for certain aspects, such as the refundability, or you're eligible for part of the incentive, but maybe you didn't put in place the proper contracting to be eligible for the bonus or the adders. For example, under the IRA, there's a term called prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements, which if you meet those requirements, you're eligible for a 5 times multiplier. If you are in an energy community, you could be eligible for another 10%. And if you source domestic content and you meet that domestic content requirements, you could be eligible for another 10%. So quickly you can scale from going from 6% to 30% to 40% to 50%, and there's even a 70% credit that could potentially be available. That just highlights the importance of the planning that is required to take place to be able to make sure that you're able to optimize and maximize the credits that are available. In addition to that, there's other planning that's available to be able to supercharge credits through certain tax method strategies that are available out there, as well as other type of structuring and modeling. So in many ways, there's a lot. This is a ripe time to invest. Companies are focused on doing what's right for our planet and for our people, and state and local, federal, and even global governmental entities have made a lot of funds available to incentivize that behavior. So continue to invest, but also make sure that you're continuing to plan and have a process in place so you can make sure you're able to maximize and optimize those credits, while also making sure you have the proper documentation to support those incentives as you scale your business. Thank you.
Introducing Melissa Klembara.
Hey. Hi, everyone. How many folks have heard of the Office of Clean Energy demonstration at the Department of Energy? Okay, a few. Okay, that's good. That's good. So I'm Melissa Klembara. I'm the Director of Portfolio Strategy in the Office of Clean Energy demonstration. So we sort of sit, if you're not familiar with sort of the Department of Energy, we have a lot of early stage Office of Science foundational research that goes on. Then we have the applied research and development programs like ARPA-E, energy efficiency and renewable energy. And then we've had historically the Loan Programs Office. And this new office, the Office of Clean Energy demonstration, is really meant to fill in that gap, that critical gap that has been missing in significant amount of money that's needed to fund first-of-a-kind, large-scale pilot and commercial demonstrations. So we're really an equity investor. We're not the Loan Programs Office in that they're expecting repayment of the loan. So we're really public-private partnership, cost-share partner, where we're looking for at least 50-50 cost share in the type of technologies that we're investing in. So under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, we received a nearly $27 billion to invest across a number of technologies, from advanced nuclear to long-duration energy storage, clean hydrogen, industrial decarbonization, carbon capture, direct air capture, as well as kind of helping clean energy transition in rural and remote communities and developing clean energy technologies on current and former mine lands. So we have this great portfolio that already got started, $27 billion. The past couple years, what we've been doing is writing the funding solicitations for competing the money out and receiving the applications from teams that are at the technology readiness level, so TRL set around 7 or above, to really build that first-of-a-kind pilot or demo. So we've been evaluating the proposals based on technology readiness, the business plan, who's on their team, where are they at in getting all their financing together, offtake agreements, et cetera. And so we've been selecting a significant part of our portfolio. We've selected about $20 billion to date. That's being matched with $70 billion in private sector cost share. So that's just been amazing. We actually have still several $billion to compete. If you've been watching OSED, we have on a number of funding opportunities that are out or about to be out. Right now we have $100 million in energy storage pilot grant program that's out on the street right now. We have a Gen 3 nuclear funding opportunity that should be coming out any day now. We just released a notice of intent for multiple billions of dollars in direct air capture technologies. And we still have more funding coming out in point source carbon capture pilots and demonstrations, as well as $500 million coming out soon for helping with the energy transition in rural and remote communities. So a lot still happening in the OSED space, which is great. We're also trying to work on building out a vision for 2030 and beyond. So we have received this significant amount of money from Bill and IRA, but we know that these climate energy technologies that we've received funding for so far are not enough to get us to net zero. So we're trying to build out a vision for 2030 and beyond. What are the other technologies that we need to invest in for large-scale demonstrations? What is invested in through Bill and IRA, but maybe not at a significant enough level, like long-duration energy storage and other industrial decarbonization technologies, and sort of building out that vision so that we can hopefully, get in front of our appropriators and convince them that we're the type of office that needs to have at least like $1 to $2 billion continuously funded to continue to fund first-of-a-kind demonstrations in this space, because we know that these are high-risk, high-reward projects. So one of the things that we're also trying to do over the next several months is, now that we've negotiated the awards, we need to start helping them succeed through their folk financing journey. And one of the ways that we hope to do this is to build sort of like an investor lookbook where we sort of understand the structure of these projects, where they're still looking to meet that capital gap. And through a lot of the contacts that we're making at New York Climate Week and others, how do we help them get in front of investors so they can meet that remaining capital to get that project to final investment decision and onto construction and operations. So we're really meant to be a partner in our awardees on that journey for folk financing, and we hope that the money that they're receiving from us is a little bit of a stamp of approval to get to build the confidence with investors that we've done due diligence on these projects, and we're here to be their partner throughout this journey for folk financing. I just really am interested in hearing more from you at the end of this session, where you're at with your folk financing journey. One of the things that we hope to be able to do too at the Office of Clean Energy demonstration is, as we're learning from these projects and the different stepping stones or strategies that they're employing, and the data that we're able to collect and information that we're able to share more broadly to draw insights out to the rest of the community that's sort of watching these projects and the different approaches or strategies that they're employing to get through the folk financing. We want to be able to share those out so that others might learn and follow quickly in their space. So with that, I'll just wrap it up, but looking forward to talking to you all during the break and finding out how we can be a better partner on the journey that you're on for first-of-a-kind financing. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Hillhouse.
Afternoon, everybody. It's a pretty amazing event. It's got to be the highlight of my Climate Week, hopefully of yours too. I'm Mark Hillhouse. I'm on the Sustainable Finance and Advisory team at Wells. Generally, we are focused on spending a lot of time with our clients and understanding their kind of sustainability journeys and strategies, and then seeing how we can help. And that help sometimes comes in the form of of equipment finance or other opportunities within Wells, and sometimes it comes in the form of introducing them to companies like yours to help them think about their problems differently or even solve them. So here to talk a little bit more about kind of the wider financing markets perspective on folk. And Melissa did a great job of talking about the DOE, and this is kind of, you've done your work with the DOE, you've gotten a seal of approval, or you've gone other routes to help kind of prove out your technology, what kind of happens next. And maybe I'll just start with venture debt, versus project finance. I think people generally know what venture debt is. The way that banks think about venture debt and other providers think about venture debt isn't that different than the way venture capitalists think about a company. They're interested in the technology, they're interested in the applicability of the technology, the wider the better, how much money has been raised so far, all attributes that are kind of the province of the company. They're not, there's no kind of external factors to evaluate like there are in a project. So, but obviously venture equity comes at a pretty high premium to the company, and venture debt comes at a relatively high premium as well. Project finance is different in that the returns aren't expected to be as great. The checks generally are larger because you are, the projects are often larger than just a round of funding, and there are a lot of other differences. And like I said, the primary change is that a lot of the attributes of the project are outside of the company. So the first thing really to think about is the technology. You've done demonstration work with the DOE, you've done demonstration work in other ways, you're relatively confident that the technology is going to work, you're willing to convince other people of that. That's tremendously helpful, but I think taking the next step and thinking about what the project financier wants isn't to do just the first project, it's to do another 10, 15, 20 after that. So whatever you can do to modularize the technology, build it in a factory versus, everyone talks about modular buildings versus stick buildings. Build it in a factory versus building it with sticks. Have it be delivered on site and kind of ready to go. You think, I don't know how many people are familiar with Skyven, which basically has instead of like a combination of heat pumps all drawn together, they just build one heat pump with the internals that make it work, and it's simple to do in a factory. There's not nearly as much piping or anything like that on site. Try to think about ways that you can kind of modularize that technology and make it something that you can kind of stamp out on a production basis. The off-taker is obviously critically important, and there's two factors. One of them is the off-taker needs to be a pretty strong credit. The bonus there is that the off-taker's credit kind of overshadows the company's own credit. So the project financier isn't going to worry so much about the company's credit and how far it is from profitability. It's going to worry about the off-taker. Tricky part is that you get a strong credit off-taker, they're not used to contracts that they can't get out of. It's not something they have to deal with on a very regular basis. And that's what the financier is going to expect, and that's generally one of the trickiest parts of this, is getting that contract to a place where not that they can't get out of it at all, but that there is a way for, if the project isn't working, that there is a way for that the bank is going to get paid, or whoever is financing it's going to get paid. The rest of the things to think about are kind of lower down on the list, but and they all are important, but maybe a little bit less important than the off-taker. Who's the EPC? people who are doing the EPC or acting as their own EPC, that's a little bit, it's kind of a little bit of a disadvantage because the EPC that a third-party EPC is going to be much more focused on making the project work and making it match the project specs, whereas entrepreneurs sometimes can be a little bit more fascinated with the technology and think that the problems that appear to be happening aren't really happening yet, and then you get to the end and it turns out that there were big problems along the way. So I would highly recommend, if there's a way to do a third-party EPC, if that makes sense, then then go that way. And and then think about your feedstock. It's usually going to you want to make sure that that's fully contracted if it's from a third party, and those are kind of the main things to consider. And then lastly, and hopefully this isn't disappointing to anybody, but start small. Start in an industrial setting. Don't start by powering an entire business park. If you start small, there are a lot of organizations out there that will do a sale leaseback sort of situation or some other sort of equipment finance that could work for you. So consider starting small, and then a couple of kind of ancillary things to think about. We already heard about tax credits. The tax credits that you have, that you're able to accrue by developing these projects, they're sellable now. Don't worry about getting tax equity. You sell those tax credits, you have tax equity. Those are essentially your investors. So consider, it's a huge advantage. It should unlock a lot of working capital for projects and for companies. And I think generally the industry and certainly the finance companies are all very excited about that. Don't worry too much about green finance. Green finance is a label for financing that was already done anyway. There's no surprise capability that you get just by putting a green label on your financing. So don't, if you want it to be called green finance after everything's done, then that's great. But there's no reason to to just be chasing after green finance to chase after green finance. So that's kind of an overview. Hope it was helpful. Happy to discuss further with anybody who wants to. I'll be around for a little while. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Next, we have Garrett Winter.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Garrett Winter. I'm Chief Venture Officer here at Newlab. So what that means is that I get to hang out with all these companies we're meeting every single day, which is a privilege for me. But it means that I get every walk through the door every day and I get their problems, right? Like, hey, I'm trying to find this money, I'm trying to find this thing, I'm trying to find this scientist, I'm trying to find this engineer. And I mean, we're talking about folk. I think you've heard a lot from like the larger and like what does it mean from a mechanical side to receive the financing. What I want to talk about is like the softer side. There's a softer side to folk financing that people don't talk about. It's typically spreadsheets and send me your engineering drawings, but the reality is that it's very much still a people and relationship and place-based game. And I want to start it out with a really sad story. Not sad, it's not sad yet, but it's getting there. Company I invested in a few years ago, they raised venture capital, amazing chemistry-oriented recycling company. I won't tell you the exact name. They spun out of university, raised a little bit of venture capital, got to a pre-folk, right, where they're filling up a small room, showing off their technology. That works. And then they need to go and do a folk. They need to do their first facility. So they go and raise $50 million. Everybody gives big high fives, raise a whole bunch of money. Then they had to go search all over the United States where they put it. They had to build all these relationships. They had to figure out workforce. They had to figure out the regulations. They had to figure out real estate. And they use all this very expensive venture capital money to build an amazing facility. They actually built it faster than anybody ever expected. Got this thing up and running in 12 months, and it was doing everything that their science said they would do on a bench top. They started loading up all this big follow-on financing, starting to get all the big names ready to unload a ton of capital into this company to scale it across the nation. They get the first 3 months of their data, and then they show it, and it's amazing data. And then the financer's like, oh, actually, we need 12 months of data. Like, well, my runway is another 3 months. So all of a sudden, they're stuck in this world where they're stuck with only venture capital, all the systems that they built themselves, and they're now in the position to have to take a massive down round, like recap effectively their entire company just to keep the thing alive with amazing data, an amazing facility, and things that nobody believed it actually can do. And that's the reality of when you're going out and building folk, or building your first of a kind, it's actually around how do you develop a full stack of capital, a full set of relationships, and ultimately finding ways to de-risk your approach and your company that can scale beyond that first facility beyond just the financing part of it. So I'll give you a couple examples. Really at Newlab, when we think about when we're supporting companies, we think about how do we lower the barriers for highly technical infrastructure, labs, shops, piloting sites, all the things that you've heard a little bit about today. We think about how do we de-risk commercial programs and customers and offtake, and then how do we figure out about high-risk capital. But we do that all in a place. So we're in Detroit, we're in Brooklyn, we're in a few other places around the country, around the world. And really what we focus on is helping entrepreneurs start to build relationships in an ecosystem that help de-risk the other parts of their company that aren't the science and aren't the finance. So I'll give you one example, not quite as deep as science, but there's a company called Bloom. Actually, they're up on the bridge. They're actually creating a supply chain management layer for bringing e-mobility and other clean tech manufacturing back to the US and building it in Detroit. So there's an example of a company where an entrepreneur lands in Detroit, and the first thing he doesn't do is like, oh, like great, how do I go raise $10 million? The first thing he does is figure out, okay, what's in the ecosystem? What resources do I have? Who are the people that I can get advice from and build a relationship with? And he's built relationships anywhere from the Economic Development Corporation of Michigan to local entrepreneurs that have exited billions of dollars worth of things, workforce development programs, and really understanding that ecosystem such that when he went out to build the first facility, he had all the relationships to underwrite and de-risk the overall approach. So when he's going out, and typically you'd have to go raise $10 million, he was able to go out and find $1 million in non-dilutive and launch his first facility. And now he's got 50 customers in this first set of facilities that typically would have somebody need to go $10 million to build this thing and do it for the first time. So the reality is you can actually lower the amount of money you need, increase the time increase the speed to market, and save yourself a bunch of pain and dilution and all that kind of stuff. So in summation, the goal is actually how do you build really strong relationships? And when you go to underwriters, and I can go and say, I have an entire a fully paid for workforce development program. I have cheap real estate. I've got relationships with economic development corporations and main folks in each of these cities. That actually makes it far easier to underwrite when you start looking at the overall risk profile of an investment. So again, think about the mechanical side, make sure you hit your metrics, make sure your finances are great, but the actual great folks are actually balanced with what's happening around them and be able to de-risk in so many ways. And I'll just leave this one thing to keep an eye out for and some projects that we're working on. We're actually doing a lot of work right now in New Orleans with the Department of Energy in New Orleans, really around the emerging scale DAC hub and energy transitions that's happening in New Orleans. The first thing that we do when we go into a geography is figure out who's doing what players are there, what industries there, who are the investors, what's the regulatory scene like, what does it mean to interact with the community and be part of the community? And those are the things, now that we have those things starting to be in place, it's making landing pilots and landing scale and landing some of these pre-folk concepts move 10 times faster than they would in any other geography. So I'm just putting it out there, keep an eye out in the next 6, 12, 24 months of pretty fantastic commercialization projects that are showing up in the Gulf Coast and really around elaborating beyond just the financial mechanism that come with folk. So with that, I'll hand it off to our next speaker. Thank you. Oh, it's Cam. It's Cam.
Next up, we have Cam Lawrence.
Hey, I'm the guy that's standing between you and drinks, so I'm going to try to do this quickly. Hi, everyone. I'm Cam Lawrence. Just give me a second here. I'm the CEO here at Newlab. So first off, welcome, everyone. So amazingly happy to have you all here with us today. As we reflect on the climate crisis, it's so important for us to pause and really think about this monumental challenge that's ahead of us. The climate crisis is undoubtedly one of the greatest threats to humanity, affecting our health, our natural ecosystems, as well as the global economies that we serve. To meet this challenge head on, we need innovation that we've never seen before. We need them to operate at a scale that is unprecedented for what we've seen so far. And that's really where we come in. At Newlab, we're a global venture platform focusing on the most promising critical technologies that we need to build a sustainable future. This model, at its core, is all about access. Access to infrastructure, that's what Garrett just talked about. Access to commercialization partners to validate these early stage technologies, but also access to capital. First, we provide these critical technology startups with access to infrastructure to develop and test their products as efficiently as possible, both in terms of time and cost. This infrastructure allows startups to experiment, to iterate, and to refine their solutions, given the tools and the resources that we provide them access to. Second, we provide our startups with access to commercialization partners, and these partnerships are crucial for being able to validate these early stage technologies, given the tools and resources that they need. So far, we've enabled over 50 commercialization partners in terms of both our corporate and our government partners, and we've run over 100 pilots to date. What we're most proud of, though, is that over 40% of these pilots have resulted in further commercialization activity. And by that I mean ongoing service relationships between the startup and the corporate. Sometimes it's investments that the corporate is making into the startup, and sometimes this is acquisitions. Second, we provide access to the piloting infrastructure. You've seen the piloting labs today. You've seen the work these amazing startups have done to build their prototypes, all within our four walls, but also the broader communities. And Garrett talked about some of the broader infrastructure assets that we've been able to provide access to. And lastly, access to capital. We first opened our doors 8 years ago, and our startups have raised over $3.5 billion in capital, driving about $14 billion of valuation growth. And we've also seen about $2.8 billion of exits in that time. So the model is definitely starting to bear fruit in a really real way. Perhaps most importantly, though, is the impact on economic development. We're so proud to see that our startups in the markets that we serve have driven thousands of new jobs, which is critically driving the new economy, the new innovation ecosystems in the markets that we serve. And as the urgency to drastically decarbonize grows, Newlab's mission has never been more critical. We share our impact report, and that QR code will take you to it. I really encourage you all to download a copy. But what we found is we used the Crane methodology, and what our team found is that the potential impact that our startups have has the potential to reduce 2.6 gigatons of emissions by 2050. And that's about 5.5% of the global target. So while we're extremely proud and hopeful about that, really at this stage, that's potential that's unrealized. So we have to do everything that we possibly can to help our startups realize this potential. This means we have to scale. Newlab has to scale. This is a platform that needs to grow and scale to be able to help our startups both realize that potential, but more importantly, we need to be able to support thousands more startups than we do today. Before I close, I really like to express my deepest gratitude to our partners, our corporate partners, our government partners, Newlab's investors, but most importantly, the startups. Your perseverance against all odds is so inspiring to all of us. We're so thankful for your resilience and your fortitude to help build the future we so desperately need. Thank you all for being part of this journey. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, and I very much appreciate all your support as we look to build a more sustainable future. Now, thank you, everyone. Let's get on to the